Good evening, everyone, and welcome to this early edition of Maynard After Midnight. My name is Damian Maynard, and I'm reporting from FEMA Region 4. Tonight with me is a Supreme Court judge. We have Judge Bruce Doucette with us, and we're going to be discussing constitutional laws and a few other topics revolving around constitutionality and what is and isn't constitutional. So, how are you this evening, Bruce?
I'm doing good, sir. Let me correct you to start with on one thing. I'm not a Supreme Court. I'm a Superior Court judge.
Oh, sorry, Superior Court.
That's okay. For people who don't understand what that is, it's a true common law judge, exactly as it's described in the Constitution. And that is the true law that we're all supposed to be under. We're not supposed to be under this admiralty law.
Right.
And, you know, I think probably a good way to start, Damien, is to have people, and I need to turn my volume down a little bit. I'm getting an...
You there? Might have lost him. Oh. Did we lose you there for a minute?
I went to turn my volume down, and I actually hung up on you. I'm sorry about that. That was my fault.
That's all right.
How is my audio? Can you hear me okay?
You sound great. I have you coming through speakers, so.
Okay, well, I'm getting a big echo on my end. Anyway, I think for people to understand, a good place to start is really understand what we're up against. And the corruption that we're seeing in our government, in our Justice Department, in our justice system, and all of these courts and all of that stuff is what we're all fighting. And it truly is a battle. And if you're going to do battle with somebody and you want to be successful, then you really truly need to understand who it is that you're battling and what exactly it is that you're battling.
Right.
Now, a lot of people think this is about money and corruption and power, and it is about all of those things, but it's so much more as well. And the very evil ones that are doing this to us and trying to control us all and steal from us and do all of the heinous things that they're doing, not only do they know what they're doing, but they're putting it right in our face. They're telling us who they are. If you take the very meaning of legal, now we've all heard legal and lawful. Well, tonight you're going to learn the difference between legal and lawful. The 1823 Britannica definition of legal is the undoing of God's law. Now, the definition of lawful is an obedience with God's law. And so there's your first clue of what's going on right there. When you take that a little further and you look at the fact that everything that the government does with its statutes and codes is legal, okay? And the government has now made it legal for them to be able to lie to the people.
And steal.
And steal, yeah. And what's one of the 10 Commandments?
Well,
thou shalt not bear false witness.
Right. Well, and now
steal.
And now they're allowed to murder too.
Exactly. With no reason or with no repercussion for doing that.
Right.
And so when you see those things, there's some more hints about what is really going on here. And when you dig deeper into it, you'll find out that the government has set itself up as the king, the God. You have to follow his rules exactly the way he wants them, or you will be punished.
Well, and that's exactly what we came to this. Right. That's
the very first of the 10 Commandments.
Well, that's exactly what we came to this country from our various respective countries for, is to escape that.
Right. But the point that I was trying to make is that the government has set itself up as a God. And what is the very first of the 10 Commandments? Thou shalt have no other God before me.
Right.
So now you're starting to get even a bigger picture of what this is about. And going back to what I said earlier, a lot of people think about that this is about power and about stealing from people, but this is truly about souls. This is about stealing every one of your souls. And so I don't know what kind of a listening audience we have out there, but anyone that is not right with God, I would really tell you to seriously question that and maybe consider getting right with God. Because if these evil ones know that God exists and they're trying to be the God, to keep your soul from him, what does that really say?
Okay, so on that note, I want to ask you a question. And this question was posed to me earlier by one of my listeners and somebody that I talk to very frequently. And he posed this question. He wanted to know, he said it jokingly, but it really isn't a joke. And he wanted to know if you think that they have put forces of Illuminati within the court system, within the judicial system.
And I'm sorry, I didn't hear your full question on that. If they put posters, or if they put what?
Illuminati. Have they put in positions people in the Illuminati to try and help to force God out of the judicial system? You know, we have this system of. Go ahead.
It goes much deeper than that. Okay. As part of our research, and why I became a Superior Court judge after I was already comfortably retired and I didn't need to work or do any of that, was because God kept nudging me to, go and figure out what the problem was with the government and the justice system and how to fix that. And I've spent thousands of hours, over 5,000 hours, doing my research, trying to figure this all out. Not only myself, but thousands of really brilliant people across the country and very dedicated people have all come together to do this research and share this knowledge with one another. Well, one of the things that we came across is a book that was in the Library of Congress that was unindexed, okay? And this book was a complete plan between the bankers and the Bar Association of how to take over this country and rule it, and what the plans were, and how to do it slowly and in just one little step at a time until they had everything that they were trying to accomplish. Now, that book was written almost 200 years ago. So you can see that this is something that's been in place for a long time. And it includes all of this evil that we're up against. And not only are they in the government and in the Justice Department, they're also in the heads of a lot of the corporations and everything that we're fighting. It's really becoming easier and easier who to see the enemy is.
Right.
Because those lines on a daily basis are becoming more and more clear what side people are on.
Yeah, it's either one side or the other. People really aren't on the fence about anything anymore.
Right. And it's time to get off the fence. So if there's anyone out there that is really wondering whether God exists or whether it's aliens or somebody else like that or any of those things, I would strongly recommend you to get right with God. These aliens and people from outer planets and all of that stuff that, they want you to believe, it's all part of the deception. It's all part of the lie and what they're trying to feed you to get your soul. But if they're after your soul, I've got to tell you something. So, I hope we didn't start this topic off too deep.
No, in fact, we actually go a little deeper than this sometimes, and it's we go down the rabbit hole pretty far sometimes. And the people that come, well, most of the people that I know come here, because there's probably a good majority of people that come that I don't actually see, that don't come into the chat. They actually either watch on Rock U or they'll watch on like I do on my TV, and it doesn't have a chat. So there's a lot of people that I won't see that actually come and watch. But my viewers know that sometimes we delve into some really deep subjects.
And where would you like me to go with this? Why don't you pick a topic or pick a specific place,
an area,
you have questions, and let's try to answer those.
Okay, first, I want to ask you the question that I was going to ask you last night about the constitutionality of driver's licenses and how the DMV and the Driver's License Bureau and all of that is a sham. Can we touch on that subject?
Yeah. Murray versus Pennsylvania. It's a 1943 Supreme Court decision. And in that case, the Chief Justice wrote the ruling on that. And he said that no government can take an inherent right and convert it into a privilege and charge a license, a tax, and a fee for it. Well, isn't that what they're doing with driving? They make you get a driver's license. They make you pay license and fees and taxes for your vehicle and all of that stuff.
Right.
Now, isn't that the total opposite of what the Supreme Court themselves said that they're allowed to do?
Right. Well, not only that, but the Supreme Court ruled also that a driver is someone who uses their vehicle for commerce, not for the general public who are using their vehicle or covered wagon or for daily use or for traveling.
And do you understand why they would say that?
Yes, absolutely. Because a driver was actually someone who was in charge of a load of some type. And this
let's take it a little further back from there, okay? And let's go into it a little deeper, okay? The first thing that you have to understand is that all governments, county, city, and the federal government are corporations.
Right.
Okay? They're a corporation just like Walmart. Okay, so how is it that a corporation can start up and have any right to tell any person what to do. The first rule of law is that all law starts with jurisdiction. If you have no jurisdiction, then you have no law. That law does not apply to you. So when you understand that, and you understand the fact that the government is a corporation, then what that Supreme Court ruling was saying is the government has no right to tell you what to do. They're a corporation. They have no jurisdiction over you.
Right.
So they have no lawful right to even tell you what to do.
The only deals that corporations can make is with other corporations, correct?
Well, no. A corporation can control its employees. So, the whole bit with Congress and them being able to make any laws at all, they only apply to government employees. Okay? Now, a corporation has the right to make rules and statutes and codes for their employees, but they're only their employees. And if you're not an employee of the government, then their rules don't apply to you. It would be like somebody from Walmart putting on a uniform and a badge and trying to arrest you for breaking one of Walmart's statutes and codes. I mean, that's putting it about as simple as you can get so that people can understand that. They have no jurisdiction over you, so their laws do not apply to you. And a lot of people get this confused. Yes, the government was allowed to make laws for its employees, but in the Constitution itself, it was never given the right to change the Constitution or to make laws for us, only for its employees.
So
now, does that help you understand better?
Oh, yes. Yes, definitely.
I want to make sure that everybody understands exactly what's going on. So if you're not understanding something, please ask the question, and I will try to find a very simple way to explain it to you.
Right. Well, I was actually discussing this subject I've discussed this subject for a very long time with the general public, and trying to get them to realize that they don't need a driver's license to drive a car. They don't need to register their car or to even, that none of that is necessary, that they can actually forego all of that, get we were talking about getting the receipt for your car's manufacturer state of origin this morning, and releasing the contract that you make between yourself and the state through the DMV, and being able to own your car, literally own your car, not leasing it anymore.
Well, let me respond to that in a couple of different ways, okay? You're absolutely correct. To understand how the government even thinks that it has control of you, are you aware of the fraud that's the CBQ trust and birth certificate and social security cards and all of that?
Yes, but many of my viewers may not know, and I continually this has been a subject for me for several years now. That when I found out, because I've never had a driver's license and I refused to get one, and I knew there was a reason, I just didn't know why. Because I already knew how to drive, and I've been driving for many years, so why get one? But when I started digging into the true facts of it and learning that you didn't actually need one, and that it was unlawful for them to even ask you to get one, then I started.
And you made the right comment there. You said unlawful, and that is correct, okay? And that's the difference between law and legal. Okay, what they're trying to make it is it legal for them to make you have one. Okay,
right.
Now, how they're trying to do this was in fraud. So anything that is done in fraud is null and void on its face. You don't have to wait until it's proven to be fraud in an open court of law. Okay? But how they have tried to make you their employee is by two things. One is with your birth certificate when you're born. When you understand admiralty law, if you have a ship that's at sea and it's abandoned, then there are ways that you can go about claiming that ship if you find it.
Right.
And taking ownership of it.
Yep.
Okay? And so what the dirty rats did is they go into the hospital when you're born and they have you sign, your mother sign this birth certificate. Okay? And then what they do is about 30 days after you were born, they publish the notice of your birth. But when they publish the notice of your birth and nobody comes to claim you, well, they claim you as a lost vessel at sea.
Right. So you are owned by the.
Well, you're not really owned, because all of this is done in fraud. But you're correct with your assumption that they're trying to say that they own you.
Right, and that's actually under British rule, not American rule.
It's actually under maritime law, is what it is. The law of the sea.
Right, maritime law.
Right, maritime law and admiralty law is currently, but all of your traffic courts and your Supreme Courts and your district and federal courts, they're all using maritime law.
Yeah,
or admiralty law.
Any court that holds a gold-fringed flag in their courtroom.
Yes, any court that you have to go into their ship to participate in. Because remember, in the old days, you know, a court could be held anywhere. A common law court can be held anywhere. You don't have to have a specific building where you go through the bar and enter into the ship and enter into their jurisdiction. It's just more of their game that they're playing to try to say that you have yielded your jurisdiction to them. Now, remember, any of us can choose to yield our jurisdiction anytime we want. We can choose to be a citizen of the United States. And if you look up Black Law's definition of citizen, a citizen is a slave of the state. You can choose to be a citizen of the United States, or you can choose to be a natural-born American. And you can swap back and forth those jurisdictions anytime you want. It's all part of the free will that we're given. Well, what they do is trick you into giving up your jurisdiction to them without you knowing it. When you go into a court, typically what will happen is the judge will call your name. Well, and the name that he's calling is an all caps name, so it's not really even your name to start with, but it sounds like your name, so you think it's you.
Right.
And then the judge will read the charges against you. And then if you notice, the very next thing he says is, do you understand? Well, in legal terms, when he says, do you understand, it doesn't mean you comprehend. It means, do you stand under his jurisdiction?
Yes, exactly.
So the correct way to answer a judge is always,
no, Your Honor.
I comprehend everything. I will never understand.
Right.
Did you get that, or you want me to say that one more time?
Yes,
I comprehend everything, but I will never understand. So you're telling him right there that you will never stand under his jurisdiction.
Right. So they use tricky language in order to manipulate people into believing that they are okay.
Well, no, when he says, do you understand? And you say yes, you have just yielded your jurisdiction to him. You have willfully given up your jurisdiction to the court. Then they got you.
Huh.
Because we have free will. We can give up our jurisdiction to these evil courts if we want to. It's our choice.
So that's the same thing as when a police officer says, I'm arresting you for this, or do you understand? It's the same thing.
Same thing, yes. Whenever you sign a traffic ticket, you are contracting with the government. When you contract with them, then they have jurisdiction over you.
There's also there's a question in the chat, and I'm going to take the questions. I don't have call-in lines yet, so I'm going to take the questions from the chat and read them. So with your name, it says, can you reclaim your corporate name with your can you reclaim your corporate name with your God-given name? And can you reclaim your name for a fee?
Well, you can reclaim your name even without a fee.
Your fictitious name.
If any of you want to know how to lawfully not only reclaim your name, but reclaim your assets, you can do one of two things. I have the procedures for that published on my Facebook page. And my Facebook page is Bruce Doucette. Last name spelled D-O-U-C-E-T-T-E. Actually, Damian, if you would put a link to my Facebook page,
I can do that
in the show notes or something, then people can get to it that way. Another way that they can go read all of the truth about all of the corruption that's been done to us. We all compiled that on AnnaVonRights.com. And have you ever been to that website?
I have not.
Okay, very knowledgeable. There is some great articles that Anna's written and lots of us have written and contributed the research and stuff too. It'll take you a month to get through all of the articles and stuff. But if you really are looking for the truth and everything that's been done to us, not just the license fraud, it's all there.
And there's another question. It says, with claiming your natural American status or jurisdiction, would that have any bearing on the Trump wall?
On the what wall?
On the Trump wall. Would that have any bearing on a Trump wall? I don't understand.
I'm not sure what they're asking with the Trump wall. But since you're bringing that up, let's talk politics a little bit. You know, I would really like to think that somebody like Donald Trump can come in here and save us all from this corruption. He seems to understand a lot of it. Here is my only fear in that. That is the fact that he is being elected to the president of a corporation. And as the president of the corporation, well, who controls the corporation? It's really the owners of the corporation and the board members of the corporation.
Right, the CEO.
Not the president.
The CEO.
The president just has to do what he's told. Okay?
Thank you. Yes.
And so who owns the United States of America, Inc.? Well, it's actually the United Nations, and when you actually take it, when you go down the rabbit hole even further from that, It's all of these wealthy bankers.
Right. It's the World Bank. It's the United Nations. The United Nations is was originally founded by Germany and England. So so everything is under the crown, basically. So the United
exactly.
The president works for the crown. It's who they work for, and so we're all subjugated under British rule.
Right. And we've had other honest presidents that have figured this out and have tried to save the country. And I believe that, Kennedy was one of those.
Yes, sir.
I don't think he was a totally honest person, but I think he really was trying to save the people.
That's why he was assassinated.
There are evidence in the fact that he had set things up so that we would produce our own money instead of the Federal Reserve, interest-free. There's just a lot of evidence that he was trying to save us. But what happened to it?
Right.
So what happens if Donald Trump gets into, becomes the president? What are they going to do to him?
They will assassinate him.
Well, very well could be. They're going to either control him or assassinate him.
One of the two, because because Kennedy wouldn't be controlled, and that's why he was assassinated.
Exactly.
And everyone knows that. Everyone knows it.
Yes.
He didn't want to go to Vietnam. He wanted to end the Fed and reinstate the gold standard, and they weren't going to have that.
Let's talk about another thing. Let's talk about war. Every single war, every single one, has not been about freedom. It has not been about, saving us from some foreign country or something like that. It's all been about money and gold and oil and natural resources for the countries that we're going in. And supposedly we're helping those countries, but we're really not. We're invading them.
Well, that's what the British have done.
Complete control over.
That's what the British have done for 1,000 years.
Yep.
They invade, conquer, and set up their rule.
Right. And so what happens if we take all of the bankers out of this issue? What if we take money out of this issue?
The world would be a much different place.
Then there's nothing to fight about. There truly isn't.
Right. Money is the root of all power.
Well, it is the inequity that is talked about in the Bible. So
if there was no money, then people would be equal. Then
the people are all equal.
Men and women would be equal. You know where I'm going with that.
I know where you're going with that, sir. Yes.
Yes. We are not people.
No. Well, that's more of the fraud, just like they've done everything else. They've changed the meaning of a person to being a fictitious corporation.
Right.
They've changed the meanings of so many words, people. If you truly want to understand what everything in life is about, get yourself a Black Laws dictionary. And the further back you go, the better off you are to really find out the truth. So if you can get a Black Law dictionary from, volume 2 or 3 or 4, then, they put stuff more blatantly in there as to what they're doing. The later editions have softened it up and given it more fluffy meanings. But that's what we're controlled by, is these law dictionaries, not our Webster's dictionary or other dictionaries that we think the meaning of these words are. It's not what it is.
Right. In order for us to understand what the government sees us as, we have to understand Black's Law Dictionary. Absolutely.
You have to understand the language that they're using.
Right. Not our language, but theirs.
Right. And their language, the same word, is totally different meaning than ours. Anyway, did I answer that gentleman or that lady's question?
I would say yes. I would say yes. Does that sufficiently answer the question that was asked? Okay. And I was going to ask this question last night too. And this is an even deeper subject because it focuses on millions of people that own homes pay property taxes. And property taxes are also unlawful. So
not only are property taxes unlawful, but so is the IRS.
Well, yes, the IRS, the DMV, all of those foreign entities that collect money on behalf of the government.
To understand how unlawful these are, I'm going to give you a little education into a couple of things, okay? First off, we believe that we are ruled by the Constitution, okay? Well, the only problem with that is there's two constitutions. There was the original organic Constitution. And then when the United States became a corporation, well, they said that they were using the Constitution is what they basically told us that it was our Constitution. But it really wasn't a Constitution. It was a corporate charter for the corporation. Well, now, who can change a corporate charter? Do you know that answer?
That I don't.
The corporation.
Oh.
Anytime it wants, it can change its charter. It doesn't need the permission of the people to change its charter.
Gotcha.
Now, what they wanted to do was give an appearance that the people were actually allowing the Constitution to be changed. But you have to remember, all of these elected officials that are supposed to be the House and Representatives all work for the same corporation, all the way right down to the county level.
Right.
They're all corporations, and they're all controlled by the main corporation, which is United States of America, Inc., USA, Inc. They've got 4 different versions of it right now, so you can pick your one. Throughout history, we've been controlled always by the corporation. Now, the original Constitution never allowed the government to make any changes to it at all. None.
No, in fact, it said
only the people could change the Constitution.
Yes.
So to give you a little more history on this fraud, and to actually give people some good and positive news about some of the things that have happened here and some of the things that we have dug up in our research. We're going to talk about the original organic 13th Amendment. Now, the original organic 13th Amendment was proposed by our founding fathers in, I believe it was first proposed in 1789. It was actually put out to all of the states to ratify in 1809. And the original organic 13th Amendment, in the Constitution itself, it stated that, you know, nobody with titles and nobility could participate in the government. But our founding fathers realized that they didn't go far enough with that in the Constitution itself. And that's why they drew up the 13th Amendment, the original 13th Amendment. Now, the 13th Amendment that most people are aware of is slavery. Well, that was not the original 13th Amendment. The original organic 13th Amendment, and again, you can read that original organic 13th Amendment, and you can actually look at all of the proof. You can go to my Facebook page, and I've actually written articles on this, and I have court documents and stuff on this as well. But the original organic 13th Amendment did not allow for any bar members or anyone holding dual or triple citizenships to participate in the government or in the Justice Department or any part of our government at all.
No, only landowners could participate in that. Correct?
Right. But if you understand what happened, even back then, we had bar members in the government, all the way from the county governments all the way to the federal government. Okay? So, anyway, the 13th Amendment was put out to all of the colonies then, and it was actually ratified in 1819 is the earliest that we can find. It may have been ratified a couple years before that, but we couldn't prove that. But we can prove, as of 1819, the original organic 13th Amendment was approved, and it became law, and it's never been repealed. Now, what does that mean to all of us? Do you have any idea what that means?
That means that
We were talking about fraud earlier.
yeah, it does. It means it doesn't stand for anything.
Well, it means that if the original organic 13th Amendment was ratified and it's never been repealed, then everything, all 100 million of the statutes and codes that the government has tried to put in place, everything that they tried to pass for law from 1819 on is null and void, because it was all done in fraud. Because bar members and dual citizenships were not allowed to participate in the government.
Right, only
now,
landowners.
Our Heavenly Father has freed us from all of the IRS codes, the traffic codes, everything, without ever firing a single shot. Now, the government and the bar members and the people holding dual citizenship in the government at that time, well, of course, they didn't want the people to know that that had been ratified. So what they did was create the War of 1812, in which the White House ended up getting burned down. That was all a big distraction. It was a magic trick. Look over here so you're not looking at what's happening here. Nonetheless, it's all in fraud.
Right.
So you see, with that right there, there is no reason or no right that the government could even make to have you have a driver's license or pay IRS tax or property tax or any of that. And then you throw on top of that the government's constitution with its 16th Amendment that is supposed to allow for IRS tax was never ratified. So it's never been a law. Now, here goes back to a comment that I wanted to make to you earlier about driver's license and stuff like that. We have bigger battles to fight here, people. So one thing that you may want to understand that has been at this point, it's it's changing very rapidly. But right now, the government has all the enforcement. Now, we have the enforcement if we'll all stand up.
Right.
Because 300 million Americans, with over 100 million of them armed, well, that's a lot bigger numbers than the government has or could even get their hands on. But for right now, they have control of that. So you might want to be careful with driving without a license or any of that stuff until we get a little further along. And I would suggest that that may even be within the year. But it's not worth fighting these small battles and losing the big battle that we're in right now. Does that make sense?
Yes. There was a question from the gallery. They wanted to know, in what court are you a judge?
I am a common law judge. A common law judge can hold a court anywhere, okay? A common law judge has complete authority over all of the judges, including the Supreme Court of the United States. And if you read Justice Scalia's 1992 U.S. versus Williams case, the Supreme Court justice even states that. And it states the power of a true grand jury and a true court of records. A court of records is a common law court, okay? Common law court can be held anywhere. You can hold it in a diner or wherever you want to. It doesn't make a difference. People think that common law judges have all of this power. Sorry, people, we have no power. The only case that a common law judge can adjudicate, right by the Constitution, is cases of $20 or less. That's it. So everybody, I happen to have 2 PhDs, but everybody thinks that, oh, you have to have a law degree, you have to be a lawyer in order to be a judge.
Which is not true.
No, you can't be either of those. You can't be a bar attorney and be a common law judge. For the very reason that I just stated with the 13th Amendment. But common law judges truly have no power. None. All of the power comes from the grand jury. The grand jury comes from the people in the county. The people have all the power. We are a republic, people. We're not a democracy.
That's how the court is supposed to be run anyway, correct? The
right. A republic is self-governing. We are all our own kings in a republic.
So what they're doing...
A democracy is a dictatorship run by the government. That's what it is. They don't want to put it that bluntly, but that's what it is. I'm sorry, I cut you off, sir.
No, you're fine. You're fine. So
did I answer the question?
Yes, I believe so. Yes. So what they're doing, what they did to Pete and the rest of the political prisoners in Oregon, and what they're doing to them now in Nevada is 100% unlawful.
Well, I don't know if you know it, but I am the common law judge that went down to Oregon. I met with Ammon and the group at the compound. I also met with the Committee of Safety in Burns, and I met with, I held several meetings with the people in Burns to convince them that the only way to adjudicate these, giving the land lawfully back to the people so that it could not be challenged by the government was the common law court. Because the common law court is the highest court in the land. When the grand jury makes a presentment, the government has no right and cannot even challenge it. That's how much power you, the people, have. So you, the people, if you want to get involved with fixing this corruption, all need to go and be on grand juries and realize that you're the one that has the power. Now, there is a difference between a grand jury and a common law that is actually called by the people. Then there is the government's grand juries. They're trying to claim that they're using common law, but it's actually admiralty common law, which is not true common law. And in admiralty common law, the judge and the prosecutor pick the grand jury, and they handpick the ones that are going to give them the results that they want. The judge gives them instructions saying that this is the only thing you can decide, this is the only thing that you can hear for evidence, where in the common law court, all evidence is allowed to be heard. Nothing is suppressed.
Right, because it's really it's unlawful, again, to suppress evidence.
Right. But to answer your question, there were absolutely zero laws broken by Ammon or any of those people. I know all of those people personally. I shook Robert Lavoie's hand, and what a truly honorable person. All of these people. When we had meetings in the morning, every morning started first thing in the morning with a planning meeting of what needed to be done for the day and what needed to be accomplished. And those meetings started with everyone on their knees praying, and those meetings ended with everybody back on their knees praying again. These are very peaceful people. There was nobody there that was angry, that was hostile, that was how did the media try to portray them as
domestic terrorists?
As what?
Domestic terrorists.
No, domestic terrorists. Yeah, there was none of that. You couldn't have met a more honorable group of people that were truly trying to find a lawful and a peaceful solution to an unlawful and a peaceful way to stand up against this tyrannical government.
Right. No, I watched it. I watched it live every day while they were there because Pete Santilli was broadcasting live.
I know Pete as well. And I know all of them.
Yeah,
I've
watched,
shaken all of their hands.
We watched every day, watched those live feeds every day for hours and hours. And I never saw anything that they did wrong. Never.
Not only that, those people, Ammon and all of those people that are in jail right now, those are your true heroes. Those are truly the people that cared enough about you and I and your kids and your grandkids to not sit comfortably at home on the couch and watch the destruction of this country, but to get up and to risk their own lives. And in Lavoie's case, he paid the ultimate sacrifice for your freedom. Those are your true heroes. We would like to think that it is our military people that we're sending to all of these wars and stuff, that people, and I love all of these people for standing up and thinking that they're doing the right thing, but all of these wars are about bankers' profits and them getting more oil or more gold or more uranium or more natural resources for that country. They have nothing to do with protecting us and our freedom. Ammon, all of those people that are now in jail, those are your true patriots.
Right.
Those are truly the people that are out there standing up for your freedom and for your children's freedom and for your grandchildren's freedom. Sorry, I didn't mean to go on a rant there.
No, it's okay to rant here. It is. Yeah, you have no idea. This is a very laid back show. I mean, I do try to put out some some really good quality shows and to provide a lot of really good information. But sometimes,
the more important thing about putting out really good shows is putting out the truth.
right,
And inspiring others to go and find that truth for themselves and to get involved in fixing the problem of this government and this corruption that we have going on in our Justice Department and all of that. People, this is not going to be fixed by you sitting on the couch watching it happen. You've got to get up. You've got to get involved. You've got to go to these rallies. You've got to help form lawful governments in your counties. You've got to start at the county level and go after the corruption in your county. And stand up and say, no, we're not taking this corruption anymore.
right, because eventually those people will be entered into a higher office.
Mm-hmm. So it is those people that are out there in the rallies right now and trying to form lawful county governments that are unincorporated, that are not part of this C jurisdiction, because anytime anything is incorporated, even if you own a business and you incorporate it, you take it out of the jurisdiction where you have all the power and you ship it right out to sea and you give the government complete control over your business. Does that sound like a smart idea to anyone?
No.
It's not. We were told, oh, incorporate everything and protect yourself and all of that. And it was all a lie, folks.
Yep. We can't, if we're ever going to get anywhere, we need to disband all those corporations. And
yes,
that's the only way to really get anywhere at all. And, you know,
well, when you start disbanding your corporations, then you're no longer contracting with the IRS. You're no longer contracting with the government. It's just like taking your name back. You're getting yourself out of their system and a little bit out of their control. Remember, they still have the guns and they still have the tanks and all of that stuff. But
yeah, but when it comes down to it, they don't have the people. They've screwed over the people.
380 million Americans would stand together and say, no, this would be over tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
It's how do we wake those people up? How do we get them off the couch and away from American Idol or whatever the latest show is? I don't know. I haven't watched TV in probably 10 years. But, you know, that is all more social programming that you're getting. Every show that you watch on TV is programming you to believe that the government has all of the authority and that you have to obey them. And I kid you not.
You know when it's going to happen? I'll tell you when it's going to happen. It's going to happen one of two ways. It's either going to happen through a war, God forbid, a civil war. One or the other. It's going to be a war on our own soil, whether it be martial law or what have you, or it'll take turning the internet off.
Well,
the internet,
I'll tell you what,
and
there is no need for a civil war. If the people just stand and all stand together, there is no way that this government can even enforce martial law. It just takes everybody standing up and saying no.
But they won't. They won't. They're too comfortable sitting on their couch. They're too comfortable sitting in front of their computer. They're too comfortable playing their video games and going back and forth from this box to the box they work in to stand up and fight. Because if they stand up and fight, they lose the one thing that holds all of them together, their families and their homes, and that's the money. Because if they give up the money, then what do they have, they think? And this is what people think on a real level. If they don't have any money, then they don't have anything. And I keep telling people, the less money you have, the better it is.
Well,
to an extent.
The important thing that you can do, and it takes you and thousands or millions others like you, is getting the truth out and motivating. You know this younger crowd probably better than I do. I'm an old man.
I hang with the old crowd. I don't hang with the young crowd.
Well, but it's up to you to figure out how to get through to that younger generation and motivate them to get off the couch and to stand up and do something. And that's exactly why I agreed to be on this program, is because, you know, the people have got to be woken up and got to see the truth. And, you know, I'm trying to help you motivate the people and your listeners.
Yes, and thank you very much for coming on, by the way.
You're very welcome.
I very much enjoy our conversations. They're deeply rooted and they're worthwhile. There's something in the speak that has long been lost, and it needs to be brought back. And the way that we used to live needs to be brought back, because the way that things are now is, forgive me, totally screwed up. And I get much more colorful than that on this show sometimes, but I try to keep it to a dull roar most of the time, although I've gone on a few rants myself.
Well, if I can, I want to take a minute and try to motivate your listeners. Every one of you out there right now, do you realize that you have seen how our founding fathers fought the British to try to free us all? And they thought they had done it, but the rats came right back in. But that's okay. A lot of these people were honorable people that stood up for the freedom of this country. What would it have been like if you were there and you had the opportunity to stand up and free this country? What would have that been like for you? And do you realize that you're right there right now? Every single one of you can be the Paul Revere's, can be the founding fathers that fought for our freedom. Now is the time. You actually get to be part of it. Taking this country back lawfully and peacefully. Inspire those around you. Wake them up. Get them involved. Become the leaders to take back our country. I yield.
No, continue, please. It's necessary for us to stand up against the tyranny that has befallen this country. And we can do it in many more ways than just one. And I don't think that people quite understand how much power they have. I don't think that the general population understands what it means anymore to stand together.
But have you ever read the history of the revolution and all of that stuff and thought how cool it would have been to be one of these people that were standing up and that made a difference and the freedom of this country. But, you know, as you're reading this history, you think, oh, God, that was hundreds of years ago. And, you know, God, I wish I was back there. People, you are there right now. Everything that every one of you do to stand up and make a difference.
I think if
That's what it is.
I think if people thought on it, if American civilians, if men and women thought about it in classic terms, okay? They didn't have grocery stores. They didn't have cars. They didn't have any of the things that we technologically have today.
Internet?
They didn't have any of that. They had a farm that they worked on, and or a butcher shop or what have you, but they had to do things daily in order to survive. And all of those things were ripped from them. And they lived destitute and poor because of the tyranny then. Now, we live on a different level of destitute and poor because we're being raped every day for what we work hard for. And the government now, back then, they were complaining about 3% of their money being taken. Now we have anywhere from 30 to 35% of our money taken directly out of our checks before we ever get it. And that is not including all the extra taxes and fees that are imposed upon us when we buy things, when we register a car, when we do anything. So we are taxed on every single product and good that we buy. Essentially.
Well, but think, and when you add all of that stuff up and actually figure it out, and I've done that before, you're actually closer to 50 or 60% of what you're actually making is being taxed.
Yes.
But think about this, people. You, back then, if they wanted to organize people, you know, the farms may have been 3 or 4 miles away. To organize a group of people was extremely difficult. You guys have so many tools at your disposal. The internet, you know, you can get crowds together in rallies at the mall or wherever you want to. It's so much more, it is easier for you to be able to organize these people than it was those people back then.
If you can get 200
every
people.
Every time every one of you does this, it makes a huge difference.
If a person can get 200 people to do a flash mob dance at a mall in like no time at all, then how hard is it to form a band of 10,000 to go on a march?
Well, you need to find a way to get through to this younger generation and to organize them, because they are very much a part of this. And if we don't do this, and if we don't lawfully and peacefully take this country back, there's not going to be anything to live for.
Right, because it's going to be gone.
Right, all of it.
Yep. And it's coming. It's coming very soon.
You will be in a factory working as a slave, working long hours and doing exactly what you're told. And if you step out of line, then you're going to disappear.
It's exactly.
Nobody's going to know where you are.
Yeah, it's FEMA camps, and they are Nazi German. They are Nazi concentration camps in the U.S. And you will work,
Lots of them,
or you will die. Period. And those who dissent right from the beginning, they're gonna be sought after to be killed.
Oh, I'll be the first one with a bullet in my forehead.
Not me, because
I'm quite sure
I
of
plan
that.
on fighting. I'm not gonna just let them take me away. And if I do decide that I'm gonna fight from a far away position, then I'm gonna be with other people who are gonna stand with me, and we're gonna defend our ground there. Because the
time to do this,
cities are gonna be a bad place.
The time to do this and the time to fight is now, and not to have to do it then.
I know, but how do you get a lapsadaisical society?
Put that question out to your viewers. Let's see what their answers are. Let's see what their suggestions are.
We've all talked about this before, and nobody knows. How do you get a lapsadaisical society who has been transformed by artificial intelligence and computers and an ever-reaching internet? I mean, people spend hours and hours. I know I spend hours on the internet. Most of it is research, but nonetheless, I spend a lot of my time there. But the thing is, there are people who are not using. There are millions and millions and tens of millions of people that are not using the internet to grow smarter or to educate themselves. They are playing Farmville, or they could be growing a real farm with all of the hours that they spend planting seeds on a fake imaginary farm.
Do you know why I'm doing this?
To educate people.
No. You know, I'm an old man. I've had a wonderful life. I've lived a great life. I'm not doing this for myself. I'm doing this because I have a son and I have a daughter and I have grandkids. We all need motivating factors to motivate us to do something, to step out and take that risk. Each and every one of you listening to this, you need to find out what your motivating factors are. You need to tap into those. And you need to find out what's truly important in life. And to me, it's not my life. It's my kids' life. It's my grandkids' life. It's the future of this nation.
Yeah, it's the children that aren't even born.
Yep.
Because they will not have a life to live if we do not do something right now.
So I think we probably about killed this subject for now. Do you want to pick another one? Do you have do we have any additional questions from the chat room?
I am looking. See, I think I touched a nerve there, because if you take away the internet, people are going to wake up. If you take away television, if you took away electricity, just take away electricity, people would step out of the door of their home, and they would open their eyes and blink and be like, "This is the world, really?" And people would realize just how nonsensical it is if they lost all of that. Because somebody said
they don't have to lose it all. They can stand up now so they don't lose any of it.
What I'm saying is, if you turn off the internet, if you turned off electricity, done, gone, no more electricity, and you send people back to 1776, they would realize how much they've lost.
But see, if you did that, you would lose your ability to organize.
No, because people would step out of their doors, and they would actually go meet each other, and they would they would actually see each other for the first time in years of sitting behind that computer.
Well, if you could wake them up, though, without losing the internet, if you can find a way to do that and use the internet as a very powerful tool. When we put out grand jury videos or indictments from the Oregon statewide grand jury, just with Facebook, we've been able to reach 24, 26 million shares.
Right. Well, but again, people are
if
sitting.
You figure everybody has probably an average of 5 to 10 people on their share list. I have thousands. Some people have at least hundreds and stuff.
Right.
How many of those? That right there is reaching. I mean, you have the ability to reach 200 to 300 million.
Yeah.
Everybody needs to be doing that.
Right.
If everybody steps up and does that, we can wake people up.
Well, if everyone that had shared that, if all 25 million of those people that had shared that went to Washington, D.C. and marched on the Capitol, how fast do you think things would change?
Well, I don't know if marching on the Capitol would just do it, but if they all 25 million of them stood up in their own counties and said, we're not going to take this corruption anymore and take back their own counties, then you've actually got something. The march to the Capitol is not a bad idea, but you may not actually accomplish something. If you go back and take lawfully and peacefully your counties back and say, we're not dealing with this corruption anymore, we're not dealing with this fraud anymore, we're done with you stealing from us. Just to give you an idea of the corruption in one county in Florida, and I don't know if this is Marion County, I'm not sure the name of the county. I work with all different states and counties across the U.S., but this one county in figuring out how this corruption is taking place in their county, okay? Now, this is a smaller county with only 350,000 people in the county, okay? So it's not real small, but it's not, millions of people in the county or 10 million people in the county or something like that. This county has an annual budget of about $20 million in it. Well, they discovered that there's a capper fund for this county. This is money that they're taking from the people. It's our public fund. And they're stuffing it away for themselves.
Right. They pay themselves.
How much money do you think was in that account?
I'm going to say $15 million.
$750 million.
Good God Almighty.
Now, do you see, if you go and clean up the corruption in your own county, how long would that money, just taking that money back, how long would that money run your county? Now, that is just the CAFR fund. There's something called the CRIS fund, which is actually all of the money that comes from the court systems and your traffic tickets and fines and all that.
That's an absorbent amount.
That is 10 times bigger than the CAFR fund.
Right.
That money is being stolen from this one county every year.
Is that in Oregon or Colorado?
No, this is actually in Florida.
Florida. Of course it's in Florida. They make a lot of money in Florida.
Well, still, they do the same thing in every county across the U.S. Most all of your counties are running CAFR funds in the millions of dollars.
I happen to be, I happen to know someone who, and I won't say his name on air, but I happen to know someone who embezzled $2 million from the little town that I grew up in. This is a small town, less than 10,000 people. And he was the city manager. They have city managers in California, and he embezzled $2 million from that small town, and he denied it and denied it and denied it, and it was found that he did it actually. But this is somebody that I grew up knowing, and I couldn't believe.
And how could he embezzle $2 million from that small community if the government in that community wasn't stealing millions of dollars from the people?
Because they didn't notice it.
No. What I'm saying is the government is embezzling that money from all of us through taxes and car insurance and court fees and all of that stuff. If that money, if the government wasn't stealing that money from the people in the first place, then he couldn't even take $2 million in the first place. The $2 million wouldn't be there.
Right. It was in the funds, some type of fund that
I'm telling you, people,
that he slowly took out of, and
they're stealing millions and millions of dollars from all of these counties every year. It needs to be stopped, because those millions of dollars that they're stealing all belongs back in your pocket.
Yeah, that's all coming from taxes.
It needs to all be returned to the people.
How about just not pay taxes? Why don't we just become a tax-free society?
You wouldn't need to. By the Constitution, the only taxes that are allowed are direct taxes.
Right.
And those are even limited.
Right.
And direct taxes are when you buy fuel or
food
or certain goods and stuff. Well, food is really not supposed to be taxed.
Well, in some states it's not.
They've done it, but it's not supposed to be.
Like in Nevada, where I lived in Nevada, food's not taxed at all.
Yeah.
When you go buy
your basic necessities to survive are never supposed to be taxed.
Right.
Including your home. You should be able to, buy your home and pay it off and have a place to live, and not to have increasing taxes every year so that you have to work and be a slave your whole life until you die.
Right. But that's the way they want it. That was the whole
purpose behind property taxes.
Yep.
So, how much time do we have left here?
I don't know. Half hour maybe.
Okay.
For a 2-hour show. I mean, if
what do you want to pick as the next conversation? Or did we have any more questions from the listeners?
Let's see. I am looking. What would you guys like to touch on here?
Okay. Do you have any idea of age group, what your listeners' age group is that we're talking to here?
I'm gonna say, well, I know we have a very wide and varied audience, and there's people in their 20s, late 20s to 60s.
Okay. All right.
So,
then
national
let's talk
ID.
about the solution.
National ID.
Let's talk about the solution and what everybody needs to do to get involved and how they can go about doing it. Okay. The first thing that people need to do in their counties themselves is they need to form either a committee of safety or an assembly. Well, how do you do that? Well, there are several ways that you can do it. you really probably want everybody in the county to be given an opportunity to participate. Not everyone will, but you want to give them an opportunity to participate. So my first suggestion there would be is publish the facts that you're going to hold or you're going to form an assembly or a committee of safety to deal with the corruption in your county, and publish that for 2 weeks. And as part of the publishing that, say, you know, we're going to meet Thursday the 18th at the park. So everyone that wants to participate, meet there. Okay?
89 is the oldest one.
And let's say that you have 11 people show up. Well, then you've got 11 people in the county that have chosen to participate in the government. Government is formed, a lawful government is formed from those that participate, not from those that don't. But you have to give everybody the opportunity to participate. So if you only have 11 people, then that's your committee of safety, and your committee of safety will need to take a vote and invite all of the members in. And then from there, you start organizing how you want to take your county back. If you have 160 people that show up in the county, well, now you have more than 12 people, so instead of having a committee of safety, you have an assembly. And everybody in the assembly elects everybody to be part of the assembly. Okay? And now you have a lawful assembly. That lawful assembly can now come together as we the people and decide that you want to elect a lawful sheriff on the land, and that you want to form an unincorporated county government. Now remember, the county government that's there, they're a C jurisdiction. They have nothing to do with this. Matter of fact, anyone that is sworn an oath to the C jurisdiction cannot participate unless they revoke all other oaths first. Okay? If they're a bar member, then they have to revoke their oath to the bar and tear up their bar card or whatever. And, you know, everybody's given the chance to repent for what they've done. And a lot of people don't know that what they did was wrong. They thought they were doing the right thing. They thought they were doing the honorable thing. So don't make any assumptions that just because somebody was a bar member or was part of the government, that they are crooked. We're not supposed to judge people like that. So give them an opportunity to become involved. But anyway, so once you have your assembly, and you know, you could decide to elect a sheriff. That could be something as simple as posting a notice that you're going to hire a sheriff for the continental United States, the county that you are in, and it'll be a land jurisdiction, unincorporated. It could be as simple as saying that 2 weeks from now, we're going to take a vote on who we're going to elect as the sheriff. Anybody that wants to run is welcome. Or it could be something as simple as the people coming together, especially if you have a big enough crowd, and somebody nominating somebody to become a sheriff, and that person agreeing to it, and then take a vote right there. So remember, we created the government, okay? So we get to make up the rules on how we want our government to look. We don't follow the government's rules.
Right, we make our
Government
own.
did not create us, we created them. Anytime you create something, you have complete authority and jurisdiction over it. So you come together as a county and decide how to clean up the corruption in your county. Now, there are other states and counties across the United States that are all in the process of doing this, and they are all willing to freely help you and give you information on how to find the corruption and all of that stuff. That's what the judges call, nationwide judges calls on Wednesday night is all about. I don't know if you've explained that to your listeners or not, but I'm going to stop talking for a second and let you explain to them what that is.
Oh, no, I actually broadcast it last night, and we all heard it the week before also. So we all have a pretty good understanding about it.
Okay. I was trying to take a break from talking for a minute. You're not helping me out here.
So,
come on, Damien.
This show is all about my guests. When I get guests on here, it really is. It's about the viewers, and it's about the people coming on that are because any guests that I've had on, which I've had a few on now, and they're very passionate about what they do, and I think that just that in itself, being passionate about what you do and being so knowledgeable about things such as this in particular, because there's not a ton of people out there who are constitutionally aware. They like to say, "Oh, I have freedom of speech," and "Oh, I have the right to bear arms," but they don't really know what that means, and nor do they know the rest of the rights. You know, I mean, we have the Declaration of Independence, we have the Bill of Rights, and we have the Constitution.
Yes,
the Constitution,
and all of those, the Federalist Papers, all of those are part of our rights.
Right.
And all of those were designed to secure our rights.
Right, and they all work.
It wasn't
to
just
form
the Constitution; it was also the Declaration of Independence and all of those other documents. And people really need to get in those, start reading them for themselves, and
right.
start understanding what they mean.
Right. Those three papers, well, the Federalist Papers included, but the Bill of Rights, the Constitution, and the Declaration of Independence all form this binding code that if we get to that, okay, if we get to the code that we're supposed to be able to live by, instead of giving power to a foreign entity ruled by another country, then we will truly be free again. Because that's what our founding fathers fought for. They fought against the British rule, which that is who rules us now. And people don't realize that Britain rules America.
Well, and if people want to do something that actually is really fun, if you really want to understand what the founding fathers were thinking about when they wrote the Constitution, when they wrote every word in the Constitution and the meaning of every word in the Constitution, there's a volume out there. I can't remember the name of it right now, but I think you should be able to look it up on the internet. And it is all of the notes that were passed back and forth between our founding fathers and the discussions as they were writing the Constitution and planning what to say and what not to say and use this and not use this. And when you read those notes for yourself and see what they were trying to do, to actually get inside their minds and see what they were thinking and feeling and their passion. Oh, that's some cool stuff.
Right. Well, you can read their passion, you know, when just to read the wording so eloquently written to express how detrimental it was that these things exist, so that man and woman could live without tyranny as a rule.
Right? But the very focus that they put on every single word that was
Yes.
used in it, when you understand even some of the arguments they had back and forth about using this word versus another word, you understand the passion that they had for what they were trying to do and how they were really trying to make sure that they did it right.
Right.
And the Constitution itself is a beautiful document. Bill of Rights, Declaration of Independence, all of those are really beautiful documents. There's really nothing wrong with them. They work fine. What people have to understand, what do you think the Constitution is? Is the Constitution the law of the land?
Well, it's not a law at all. It's rights. It's our.
Okay.
It is our.
Is it what?
It
Is
is
it
our,
what gives you your rights?
It isn't our. No, our birth gives us our rights.
There you go. Your Heavenly Father, your Creator, gave you your rights. All the Constitution and these documents do
is set in stone.
Your rights.
Yes, they
your
set
God-given rights.
Set in stone that they shall not be infringed upon.
There you go.
Shall not. That means you will not goddamn do it. You will not.
So,
you will not infringe upon my rights. That's what it means. These rights cannot be taken away. The power, the freedom and expression of press cannot be taken away. P. Santilli is sitting in jail, and he had the freedom of press. He had the right, the right from birth to cover that story, to bring it to the eyes of everyone who was watching. And
all of us need to follow in his footsteps.
Yes, that's why I'm here. That's exactly why I'm here.
This very corruption, and we need to inspire others to do that.
That is exactly why I'm here. I am here.
I'm kind of wearing down a little bit, Damien. Do we have any more questions from the listeners?
La 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 la. Well, this feed, okay, really? So, I do not see any. Oh, I do not see any questions as of right now. And I know it's getting late. You've had a really long day.
Yeah, well, and I was up half the night last night on another, on the Wednesday night call as well. So,
I didn't even go to sleep last night, Bruce. Not at all.
Yeah.
I didn't get to sleep till 11 o'clock this morning. And
wow.
Then I had to get up at 2:30. Well, I finally did wake up at 2:30. Well, and I was only going to lay down for about an hour, but I got an extra hour and a half of sleep. So I slept from 11 to 2:30, and that was my sleeping period since yesterday.
Well, if you would, when you get a chance to, in your videos that you do with your listeners and stuff, find out if there's an interest in more questions for me to come back. And I would be happy to come back at any time And we very much appreciate you broadcasting the Wednesday night calls for the nationwide calls for the judges and marshals.
Yeah, and
I'll
be doing that.
Continue to do that as well. And as you do that, and you get more listeners that have got questions that they want answers and stuff, I will be happy to come on at any time and answer them.
Okay. I'll get a list, because I know some things are churning up in their heads. So.
Well, and I'm sure as more people get to watch this too, it's late, and other people may watch this tomorrow or whenever. See what you get for requests and stuff, and then again, I will be happy to come back at any time.
Yeah, this is actually an early show for me, because I generally, like I said, do it after midnight, and I normally actually have more viewers after midnight than I'm having right now.
Well, after me getting up, at 4 or 5 in the morning and starting work,
I know you had such a.
It's a little late for me.
Yep.
So I don't know if I'm going to always make your later shows. I will make sure that I make an appearance whenever you request to answer people's questions.
Right. Well, like I said, if normally I have Sundays and Thursdays free that I can do earlier shows. So say like about when we started or whatever, you'd be available for that maybe.
I can make myself available for that. And before I sign off, I would like to say thank you, sir. It is people like you that are going out of their way to try to bring the truth forward and wake people up. That's what we need. We need millions and millions more like you.
We need tens of millions more.
That is
yes.
the way. That is the way that we take back our country lawfully and peacefully. And I thank you for that, sir.
Well, thank you for coming on the show.
And also thank you for having me on.
Yes, thank you for coming on. I know I've been telling everybody for a week that you were going to come on, and they were so excited, and so I was excited to have you on. You are so very knowledgeable about this, and I'm so happy that you did come our way. So, and that I even, because I didn't even know who you are before, and after listening to the discussion last week, I was like, I gotta get Judge Doucette on the show, and I thank you very much.
Make sure you get those shows out to other people, and I think you can build a good listening audience from that, and we can help educate a lot of people. Yes,
and thank you for helping me do so. Thank you for helping me get out the word, and maybe people can, maybe men and women can more deeply understand what is being thrust upon us, and
if I could take a final minute or two to address your audience. And people, it's going to take all of us, each and every one of you, to get up and do something. This truly is, as I said at the beginning of this, a spiritual war that we're fighting. And in these end times, God is going to bring his righteous people together, and you will all have assignments to do. Don't miss that calling, people. Stand up and do your part, please. And with that, I will say good night to you all, and thank you again.
Thank you.
God bless.
You have a good evening.
All right. Thank you. Bye.
Bye. Wow, that was pretty awesome. He is such a wealth of information, and I'm going to be having someone else on my show probably Saturday, and his name is Edward Johnston, and he's very knowledgeable in these subjects too. In fact, we had a very long discussion this morning, hours long, about the intricacies of the British rule over American soil. So we are probably going to try. I'm going to try and get Robbie D on, and Ed, and discuss all of these intricacies that surround the ruling party in America. So let me see if I can get Oh, why am I even doing that? I don't need to do that. Bam. We'll do it this way. And I know he's not doing a show tonight, but we're going to see. What's up? So I sent out a couple of invitations, and we'll see if they show up. And I hope that some of that was really informational for people. I hope that it sheds a little bit of light on things that people maybe didn't know about, and that we can change the face of our country by our actions, and not allowing this to happen anymore. To make a stand against all things unlawful, and to what was this? What? What does that mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? Links. What does that mean? Are you listening? Do you want to come on? Is that what that means? Are you listening, Links? I know you can hear me. So I have two chats going on here. So let's see. He didn't answer me back yet, so I am going to give him a call. I'm going to have to take a smoke break here really quickly, actually. I know he is, and I just wrote him a message, and that doesn't mean he's not listening to the show, though. Oh, where's that stupid messenger? See? I'll take this off speaker. Oh, I might have to call him first. Okay. Yes, Ed's coming on Saturday, as a matter of fact. We've already got it set up. So, excuse me. Hey, yes. What up? I sent you an invite to the Hangout. Oh, no, I don't mind at all. All right. I got your books today, by the way, and man, thank you. All right, no worries. All right. Like, oh, Tay. So he's coming on. And so, anyway, that was Samaritan Jeff. So he will be on shortly. And thank you, dear. So I hope some of that was really informational for you guys. And like if you could message me or whatever and let me know if you have any questions for him for our next show, then I will I'll write those down, and next time he's on, I'll oh my gosh. Hello? Hey. Oh my God. Yeah, I can do that. Hold on just a minute. I will have it in 5 seconds. There it is. Yeah, if generally if like it'll say I'm in a call or whatever, it'll say ongoing call or whatnot, then just join that ongoing call. All right. Like, so that was Jeff, and he will be on here momentarily. Alrighty, you can do that. Good Lord Almighty. There you go, Lynx. There you go.
Hey, what's up?
Hey there, man. How you doing?
Not bad.
Busy fucking day as usual.
Yeah, busy day. Had a doctor's. I had an appointment at the WIC office to get Gary and all set up there, and then had Helen have her checkup. And yesterday was Gary's checkup. So yeah, it's been pretty busy. Yeah, hate the doctor's visits. So what are you up to?
Just got done with a really fantastic judge.
Yeah, the constitutional judge.
Yes, absolutely.
I know somebody in the chat room was saying constitutional, or not constitutional, but so he's not a presiding judge. Technically, if you're a constitutional judge, you judge over anything that's constitutional. Anything that's not constitutional, pretty much, you basically say it's bullshit. At least that's my opinion on it.
Oh, hey. I might need to show this because this is looks like some breaking news that Miss Robin sent me. I think hey there.
Chris just left the call.
Who is this? I don't know who Chris is. Who's Chris?
Christopher Roberts or something like that.
I don't know him. How do you get in here? Because I did not send him an invite.
AXJ all the way.
Oh, that's AXJ?
No, I was just saying that'd be something they do.
Oh, I'm just wondering who the hell that was.
I don't know. For a second there, I thought it was
No, it's not Jeff.
Yeah. Well, no, not Jeff Hayes. I'm talking deciduous falling.
Nope. You have to get an invite to come into a hangout.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah.
Unless they piggyback off somebody, which is
unless they're hacking. Which, if you're hacking my system, I'm gonna find out where the fuck you are. So
agreed.
Yeah.
Unless they piggyback off somebody.
No, you guys. I'm a friend of Jeff's.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I've known him for a very long time. I think he just talked to you about me. I've known Jeff for years and years.
No, you're good. You're good.
For a very long time. I think he just talked to you about me. I've known Jeff for
You're getting I got some feedback. No, you're good. You're good.
very long time. I think he just talked to you
There we go. There's Chris. What up?
Sorry about that. The audio was just kind of
You
little.
guys are like, who the hell is this guy?
You want to mute the video? Just mute the show.
Oh yeah, Chris, mute this YouTube channel or kill it.
Oh yeah, gotcha. Sorry about that.
Yeah, we'll go
Oh,
through
it's all good.
we'll start reverbing out.
My mistake.
Oh, no worries.
It was totally doubling up. Forgot about that window.
So,
I was posting
guys
that. I was
tonight?
going to post that on my conspiracy site, and yeah, I totally forgot it was open.
nice. So, Damien Lynx, this is my buddy Chris. I've known him for probably 10 years now, huh?
Yeah, it's been a long time.
Nice to meet you, Chris.
Thank you. Good to meet you too.
Seriously, when I first saw him, I'm like, ooh, Bruce Campbell. He's got
Yeah,
that
no
slick
doubt. I
back
haven't seen you
hair.
in person for a while.
Yeah, I know. I got Nibiru twice above my head right now. I'm trying that light down.
So what you're saying is you got Nibiru's balls above your head.
Pretty much.
Okay.
Lord.
I get to use my magnifying glass here.
There you go.
Guys.
So what'd you think of that show? Was it all right?
I saw some of it. That guy sounds really young to be a judge.
No, he's older.
He sounds super young, but I guess yeah, he knew his stuff for sure. Marine Admiralty law, all that stuff.
Right? Well, he's a constitutional judge.
Where's he a judge at, Damien?
Well, he lives in Colorado, but they don't have a jurisdiction. They can't rule on. They cannot rule on a
Federal law case kind of thing.
no, on any case that's worth more than $20. So they're not actually. What they do is they preside over the court. They do not rule. He said the grand jury actually makes the decision, and that's how it's supposed to be in the first place. The judges are not supposed to make any decisions, nor ask any questions, nor do any of that, like they did in Oregon. And he was actually in Oregon. And he met everybody on the refuge, he spent time with them. He shook hands with them. He kicked with them, and he said that they never did a thing wrong, ever.
Crazy.
Hey, Jeff, I got a quick question for you. I know Princeton University is basically picking the elites and grooming them and stuff for, and Harvard's doing that. But what about,
Yale's primarily the one with Skull and Bones.
What about Notre Dame?
3-2-2.
Notre Dame's not Ivy League, are they?
Notre Dame.
I know Yale, Princeton,
Harvard.
Harvard. Yale's the number one though because they got Skull and Bones.
Right, but we've got somebody here who who graduated from Burns High School in here. He's now running for district attorney for Harney County. But when I saw Notre Dame, I'm like, you know what? I don't really trust any of those big schools because that's pretty much elite bitches everywhere.
Yeah, any of those. I mean, those are the people that they churn out there that are fucking up the country and have fucked it up for many decades and centuries now.
But of course, as I've said in the past, anybody who's passed the Bar Association or the bar exam and gets Esquire in the back of their name, which every lawyer does, it's basically a minor nobility, which means that they become dual citizens of America and Great Britain.
Yeah.
Well,
I can buy into that.
Then I talked to Ed Johnston half the night actually, and me and Clovis actually went on to a show last night. Me and Ed and Clovis and somebody else were talking last night, and I'm like, why are we talking in this room alone? We should be live with this. And so everything that everything that we talked about, I think we're going to cover Saturday also. And just this country is run by England. Period. Our government.
Yeah, no matter how you slice it.
Yeah, we are under British rule, English rule, however you want to
Between
say
the
it.
Crown or the City of London, one way or another, we are owned by the people in Great Britain.
Yes.
Corporation.
Yep,
Yeah.
Crown Corporation.
The government is a corporation.
Yes. D.C., Washington, D.C., it's not even part of the United States. 99% of the population doesn't even know that.
No, it's a district.
Yeah,
It's not.
It's its own,
It's got its own
country.
constitution. It's got its own government. It's a separate entity
Altogether.
from the United States because it is, you know.
Yes.
Well, you know what, guys? It's
Yeah,
been
some messed up
for a long
stuff.
time, and people are just too stupid to realize it. You know, they just
Intentionally dumbed down.
completely dumbed down. I mean, everywhere I go, it's like watching the movie Idiocracy over and over and over again. Every time I go up to Seattle or this city or even out in the country, they just have no idea. They're completely just delusional about the whole entire thing, the whole process.
You know, I've never seen that.
Exactly. That's right. He's up. Chris is up here where I'm at. He's in an undisclosed location in FEMA Region 10. We'll just say he's south of me, close to Mount Rainier.
Oh, yeah. I could probably throw a rock and hit Mount Rainier right now.
Robin sent me a video. I need to look at this real quick.
Actually, Link's your FEMA Region 10 too, aren't you?
Yep, I'm right alongside
That's
you.
right.
So
He's in
send me-
Oregon.
Yeah, we're gonna be gone.
Where's Mike Sorora tonight?
No, I'm just saying, in the FEMA camp, save me a bunk, all right?
All right. Well, you can have mine, 'cause I won't be gone.
Same
Right.
here.
You can have mine. And the one next to it. I don't care.
That's right. Yeah. Ain't happening.
Push them together. Make a big one.
I don't know why,
King
Jeff, but for some reason I want to scrape the popcorn off his ceiling.
I was thinking the same thing, I swear, a few days ago.
It's annoying, but this is apartment.
It's an apartment there, though. Can't be doing that there.
No, Jeff knows what I'm talking about.
Popcorn
Up the ceiling, aren't you?
No, I used to work for an abatement company, so.
That's how I met Chris. In the company he worked for, he was a project manager or something. He called me out of the blue and needed a drywall repair. So I showed up and we just kind of were cool, and he just used me for a couple of years or something. And you had a falling out with him, and I had a falling out with him. When you don't get paid,
Yeah.
that happens.
Yeah, I got an asshole, Jeff. I apologize.
Oh, no worries, dude. It's good. I met you. That's good enough, dude. So you're a killer guy. So Chris might be coming to the Boys Week possibly.
Yeah, that would be cool. I think
It's pretty close.
The wife said go. She said good. I'll be happy to
She's
get
already
rid
on
of
the warpath.
If I go to everything that I planned on going to this year, I think my girlfriend might not see me for a couple of months.
Is that the idea? A little break?
I was actually gonna go to the gathering this year and spend a few weeks there, and then go over to Grady's and hang out there for a few, and then you invited me over there. That'll take me 2 weeks to get there, or a week or two to get there anyway, and then spend a week in the mountains. Sheesh.
the mountains. Yeah, come on.
Gotta live a little.
You know what? I absolutely love Washington Mountains. I love Oregon and Washington Mountains.
Yeah, Damien knows this area pretty good, Chris, and Lynx here is just in Oregon too, so he's like right up in this area too.
Okay, right on.
I grew up
Like a
here.
local reunion practically.
Right on. That's awesome.
Yeah, I grew up in the West. I loved it.
Beautiful country.
The Northwest, especially. It's absolutely gorgeous.
Hopefully we'll see you this summer, Damien. That'd be nice.
Yeah,
I'll shake your hand.
In August. When is that?
Last full week of August.
Last full week of August.
Yep. It's like the 23rd through 28th or something like that.
Yeah, I would definitely be down.
Yeah, it's a blast. Everybody that comes never comes again, so we're like up to 20 people now.
I got my sleeping bag and just throw it on the ground. It don't matter what weather it is.
It should be 100 degrees during the day, about 65 at night. 60 at night, maybe.
It's perfect.
Oh yeah. Well, I'll get you a tent because the bugs can be a little atrocious at night.
No, man, I'm telling you, my bag is, but it's proof. It's everything proof.
Nice. Just pull a little netting over the head. Good to go.
No, it's actually not a cover for it. It's it's a mummy bag, and it slips into. It's a military sleep unit, so it's actually.
Sweet. You probably got like a mesh or something.
It's got a Gore-Tex sleeve that goes all the way around it and closes.
Sweet.
So I've never
Bring
worried
it.
about snakes. I've never worried about anything in it.
Nice. There is rattlesnakes out here. We've seen them. Plus, we've had dead ones and the skins.
Back of my grandfather's pickup truck, that's for sure.
I'll have a machete and a pan. Don't worry.
Nice.
Oh,
That should be a good time.
I'll skin that fucker right there and throw it in the pan.
Shit, we'll eat it, dude. We'll have rattlesnake fritters.
What I'm saying.
We had, this is pretty bad. We had a couple of years ago, we had a guy he killed a squirrel for whatever reason, a gray squirrel up here. So we were going to barbecue or smoke a fucking squirrel. And I swear the guy used freaking treated wood in a smoker. It was just like, what, really? I didn't eat any. My brother and these other guys ate some, and they're like, dude, what the, this thing, it just tastes like chemicals. The guy was just off, at least just, on a different channel. The guy that brought it and all this shit, and he smoked it. We didn't see what wood he was using, but I swear he must use treated wood or something on this thing.
That's messed up. I don't want to use 2x4s and stuff.
I couldn't believe he had a skinned squirrel like ready to rock. That was weird enough, but usually we're having, we'll have smoked some ribs or something, not a squirrel.
he went to the lumber yard to get some wood.
I don't know where he might have scraped it off the road for all I know. It's just shit like that happens though at this gathering we get going, so you never know what's gonna happen.
But I don't know if I can eat treated wood squirrel.
No, it will never happen again. Trust me.
I'm down to try some squirrel. I've never eaten squirrel, so
It looked okay when he took it out. Something was wrong. We never did figure it out. We never did ask that particular guy back again either.
Oh, some people just do that stuff. A friend of mine, we were barbecuing over charcoal, the meat. And instead of putting a lighter fluid because it wasn't hot enough,
Yeah.
put the lighter fluid all over the meat while it's cooking.
Oh God!
It was nasty. Oh no!
it's not hot enough. I'm gonna put lighter fluid on it.
Maybe that's what he did. I don't know.
Get those lighter fluid burps, you're like, ugh.
Oh man!
It was horrible. Like, never again.
Well, I know how to cook.
I mean, this is
Nothing
the
like
guy,
that happened at the boys' week.
this is the guy that barbecued like he made squid in oil in this tiny little apartment, and the whole apartment filled up with squid. He's like, "Here, you want some?" I'm like, "No, I'm about to go puke."
Some
I'm
people
sorry.
not cook. I'm telling you. My ex-wife made eggs for me right after we got married. Okay, It was like the second day we were married, and she made eggs for me. And I swear to God, she peeled some yellow rubber off a tire somewhere and threw it in a pan. That is exactly what it was like.
Oh.
I didn't know that eggs could get that hard.
Oh man.
That's what she said.
You know,
I'm glad we were only married a couple of weeks.
Couple weeks, holy mackerel! That's
it's just I don't appreciate this one, Jeff. My wife, I went and caught a salmon, and my wife went to go and clean the fish. So she's picked the meat off the fresh salmon. The thing was shredded salmon. I'm like, honey, you gotta bake that, and then the bones will fall off. You can't just take the meat off of it when it's fresh.
You tried to debone? Oh, that would be tough with a raw salmon.
Oh man, it was. Throw that one away. Use this one. I caught 4 of them.
Oh, that's dedication, though.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, she tried.
Woman to dedicate herself to trying to pick the meat off the bones of a raw salmon. That's a good woman.
Oh, she was fired.
My wife would be like, "You cook it."
It's like salmon patties or something.
I could do salmon patties, and you know, I used to be able to eat salmon, fresh salmon, but I can't do it anymore. I ate so much of that shit when I moved to Idaho. Like, everybody brought us a salmon, and I mean everybody, like half the frickin' town brought us a salmon cooked in. I hate this shit now.
Here's your housewarming gift, salmon.
Here's another salmon or steelhead. Have you ever heard of trout? We got Mackinac, coconut.
There's brown trout. There's rainbow trout. There's bass. There's fucking crappie. They're fucking
trout. Yeah.
Well,
I don't eat fish.
Isn't that the
What
main
kind of fish I eat is like fish and chips, cod or halibut.
Fish and potatoes.
Shit out of some tuna. I love tuna. I eat it raw. I don't give a fuck. I am not doing
I hope you
This sounded a little.
I hope you check the serial numbers on your Kansas Starkist.
I actually went fishing in the Pacific for albacore, and I'm telling you what, that is like the best fish ever.
That's what they make a lot of sushi out of, right? Raw tuna, different albacore, bluefin.
Yeah, for sure.
Ahi.
Yep. Yeah, I've seen all that stuff at the store. I wouldn't eat it, but I've read it and seen what it is.
Very good. Very good.
I wouldn't eat it.
Yum.
I don't eat a lot of. I'm a real picky eater. I don't eat hardly shit, really. But I eat a lot of. Just a few types of things: pizza, steak,
cheese,
chicken.
meat, cheese, crackers, and soup. That's what I mainly eat.
I could live on that. But
Yeah?
you gotta have pizza in there somewhere. Gotta have some pizza.
Yep, and pizza. Totino's pizza.
I had pizza earlier. I had pizza last night.
I had a Totino's pizza earlier.
Oh, those are so good.
Aren't they?
Did they move to the plastic wrapping where you're at, Damien? Or
Yes, they have. As a matter of
they're
fact.
just starting that here. Like half of them are plastic, half of them are cardboard still.
Yep.
I usually get the Canadian bacon one.
I
Oh,
haven't
it's
even
so
seen those
good.
yet, the plastic wrap ones, but the kids like them a lot.
Oh, you've seen those here, Chris? That's right. You're up
I
here.
haven't seen it. They're still in the box. You know, the wife goes to Winco, and
They're changing they're changing the Totino's boxes over to a plastic, almost like a shrink wrap, like a tombstone or something.
oh, weird.
Yeah, and it's not round anymore. The pizza's square.
That's right. Yeah. So
I just saw that tonight.
it just doesn't seem right.
My wife picked up a couple and she showed me the package. I'm like, that's not pizza. And she's like, yeah.
That ain't right.
That's like Little Caesars all over again.
Yeah, that's right. Pizza.
Right?
Yeah, those things were circular. I don't know.
I almost can't even stand going to a pizza place anymore. But I'll tell you, they took me to a pizza place a couple of weeks ago, and we got freaking, dude, I'm telling you, a 19-inch pizza. This thing's freaking huge. You won't even see the
Nice.
box. And it like goes up to all four sides of the box. And
Nice.
that was really good pizza. It's the crust is too thick, I think. But it was good. But I like sticking with the little like Totino's pizza because I like the crispy bottom, and I just like I don't like so much bread, and I like the crispness of them and whatnot. But there's
The Totinos are cool because they went from I think it was 2 or 3 years ago. They went from using trans fats over to just like regular crappy fat still, but they used to have a ton of trans fats
right.
in the Totino's pizza for years. That was almost like everyone's a heart attack waiting to happen. But they
Right.
finally got out of that, so that's a little better. It's not health food, obviously, but it's not quite as deadly as it used to
Not
be.
as bad as it used to be.
But
Yeah.
those are so good, those Totinos. You go anywhere in the country and buy one, it'll taste the exact same. It'll cook the same. Oh, it's so good.
Pizza is not food company.
Langston's what we're talking about.
Tubular. Sorry, man, but I'm feeling like a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle. It's all pizza, man. All pizza.
Pizza.
Well, hopefully those trans fats don't demand their own bathroom.
Pizza was
Yeah.
Dude.
Shit, I've already eaten 2,000 of those with trans fats, probably. I've eaten thousands of those freaking things as a bachelor forever. Oh my god. We used to take those things back in like the 1998. I remember I was living with my brother, and we take those Totino's pizzas. I get just a Canadian bacon one. I get extra pizza sauce, and I drizzle it in a pattern like a bullseye around the whole thing, and then I'd frickin' microwave it to cook it, and it would just turn into this almost like mini lasagna. It would just like it wouldn't be crispy at all. It would be totally just like gooey with extra pizza sauce.
No, I can't do
And I
it.
ate those for years.
I usually
Probably so bad
Throw it
for
in
you.
the deep
I know
fryer
they
and
were
have
really
burgers.
bad.
usually buy stick
You
pepperoni.
just nuke this thing into a pile of shit and you eat on a spoon practically.
with some extra
Some of this food.
Well, whatever. Well, everything's gonna kill you sooner or later, I guess.
That's right. It might as well taste good.
It was so good. I would do it again just on a whim, just to relive that tasty spoon memory. But it was seriously good. If anyone wants to try that. It was just a plain ham, Canadian bacon Totino's. I just take pizza sauce and run around the perimeter a little bit, and then put a little bullseye in the middle, and you microwave that for like 2 or 3 minutes. Don't go too much, or it'll explode. But just get it all super hot, dude.
I
And
usually
it was so freaking good. I don't know if it was the microwaves or the trans fats or the radiation. Whatever. But it was so good, man.
it's one of them,
Fukushima pizza.
right? No, I usually don't put any extra sauce on it, but I do throw a load of cheese on it, like extra cheddar. It's like the sharpest shit I can find, and then I put some extra pepperoni, sausage on it, or Canadian bacon, or whatever, bacon, or whatever.
The knife to meet the bullets.
Yep, make it a meat cheese pizza.
Yeah, that's good stuff.
Yeah.
What else is good? The Tombstone pizzas have got pretty good too. Over the years, they used to be really. I'll give them their chance. They're doing okay.
Yeah,
How about Freschetta versus DiGiorno?
DiGiorno.
Yeah,
I don't really like the DiGiorno. Like, if I had a choice between DiGiorno or the Freschetta, I go Freschetta every time.
Yes, definitely. Much
Just
better.
because of the flavor. There's something weird about the DiGiorno.
Red Bear can make a really good one.
But, I mean, out of all the frozen pizzas, nothing can fucking beat a Totino's pizza. Ever. Out of any of them, if I had the option, I would take the Totino's. Just give me the plain. It's not even Canadian bacon anymore. Now they call it a triple ham something. It's like Canadian bacon, processed ham, and bacon. Have you guys noticed that at all? Next time you're at the store, check that out. It's like they don't call it Canadian bacon now. It's like trio ham or some weird shit.
You know, I swear.
It's still really good. Now it's got bacon flavor. I swear.
If you compared the ingredients to the Totino's and a bag of dog food side by side,
The dog food is better for you by far. Not as tasty though. Hey, you gotta live a little, right?
It depends on the flavoring.
Artificial.
If you get Purina one, it'd probably be a little more tasty.
I don't know. What's the nice shit my dogs eat costs? Holy mackerel. I swear they're eating better than I am some days.
Oh,
They
yeah,
are for sure, actually. We have a diabetic dog. I haven't talked to you in a little while, Pierce. So we have freaking 10 dogs now. I don't know if Damien and Lynx know that, but I have freaking 10 dogs in my house that are permanent residents. And so this one dog we got said is a little diabetic, 4-pound Pomeranian. So he gets a diabetic shot. So I'm paying for fucking insulin for this dog and his special diet. But he's and I didn't care either way when he showed up a few months ago or a year ago now. but now he's like the king of the whole house. He's
And dogs find a really good way of just showing up, don't they?
Yeah. And if they got a cool personality, it's just like a cool friend, just like, hey, what's up?
Much.
They're hanging out, all of a sudden it's like, all of a sudden you're missing them when you don't see them. So it's like, well, let's keep this one around. I miss him when I don't see him, so. Anyway, we have this tiny frickin' little ass dog who basically rules our entire house and everything in it. It's crazy.
Yeah, I ended up with a mutt, a little Chihuahua miniature pincher mix, and a Corgi.
No shit, all together?
Yeah, the Corgi just came walking down the driveway and decided it was gonna come and stay for the weekend and live here forever.
He just showed up out of the blue?
Yep.
Isn't that crazy?
I found his owner, and I guess the guy's disabled, and he's going through surgery, and his daughter said, you know, he can't handle the dog, just take the dog and keep the dog, because I guess she had found, you know, he came home one day, because he used to take the dog in the pickup truck in the back all the time and put a leash around its neck, and anyway, she came out, and the dog was like hanging by its collar on the side of the pickup truck.
Yeah.
And, you know, she's like, he just can't take care of the dog anymore. So, you know, your kids like the dog, why don't you just keep it?
Oh, that's cool.
All right, yeah, good enough. And of
Right
course,
on.
my little Chihuahua, he's just an evil fucker. I tried to take him to the dog park, and he attacks all these humongous dogs. He just like,
And they run, probably.
it sounds like a demon. I actually posted videos on YouTube.
Oh, no shit.
Of him just like, there's this big dog and this little dog, and he's just like, and just starts attacking and biting these big dogs, and they're like, what the hell, you know? They're like running away from him, this little tiny dog. I'm like, it's hilarious.
That is killer.
I'll send you the YouTube link to that.
Yeah, totally. That'd be awesome.
It's hilarious. Yeah, I named him Cuervo.
Cuervo. Right on. Man.
At least he showed up out of the blue, though. My wife keeps dragging these hot dogs home is the problem. So we're finally at 10. That's the limit right there.
Well, see, thank God we had a cat, this gray, long-haired cat we called Fluffy, because all our dogs are male, and our other cat is male. And then I have 2 boys, and so, you know, of course, the wife, she's like the only female in the whole entire house.
Well, I'm exactly the opposite.
And so here comes
females except, and well, everyone in the house is females, but me and a male cat.
yeah.
Yeah.
I'm
She
right
doesn't
there
feel
with you.
bad now anymore, you know, because she's like, oh, now I have this female cat, and so now I'm more happy and content, you know. It wasn't like the the sausage fest of animals in the house anymore, you know. It's
I got
funny.
a pretty good mix
The female
here.
cat jumps up on her while she's sleeping. She's like, oh, hi, Fluffy. But if the male cat jumps up, she's like, cat me. Get out of here, slap.
Part of the sisterhood.
But, there it is.
I get cats show up at my house like the Chihuahua showed up at your house.
Well,
So the house I moved to, I live in North Bend right now. So I've been there for like 12 years. We moved here with 2 cats to start with.
to start with.
So right after not long after we moved in, we had another one show up and started hanging out. I think it's just because we feed them, and we're out. I think there's a lot of feral cats around where I live. But anyway, every time a coyote will get a cat, or a fucking car will get a cat.
Yeah.
Bam, bam, you know, just shit happened. We had a coyote get fuck up one of our cats like 8 months ago, so I had to put him down. As soon as we put him down, dude, within a week, we had another cat show up, and he just moved right in the garage to replace it. Like,
Yeah.
so it's like, we're trying to downsize cats. All of a sudden, within a week, there's another fucking cat shows up and moves into our kitty condo in my garage.
Yes.
So now we've got a black cat
Cats are there.
and another cat.
You're not going to notice.
I wouldn't mind having one cat, but it's just to keep the watch for rats and mice and shit. But so we thought we thought, okay, we lost one, we're down to 1. Within a week, oh, we're right back up to 2.
I need to make it on my own.
I don't know.
See, I'm dealing with that, you know what I mean? Oh, I'll just make a dog run on the side of the house and fence it in, and the dog should go shit there, you know. And they find a way to go underneath the deck in the backyard, and man, I'm really sick and tired of shoveling a 5-gallon bucket of dog shit once a week. I mean, what was that movie? I wish there really was that aerosol spray called Vaporize. I forget
Oh,
what
really?
movie that
Where
was.
did
But
the poo go?
I wish I had that stuff, man, because, oh, that's horrible. I'm like, oh, maybe the rain will wash it away. But, oh, no. Dog shit has this impenetrable shell surrounding it. So the rain won't wash it away. It won't go into the ground or nothing.
Right? It just like sits there and clumps and dries out and turns white.
Turns into this, like, rock hard, like it has a invisible shield around it or something.
You know what I don't understand is so I watch how much the wife gives the dogs to eat, and it doesn't seem like a lot. And I go outside and look at how much they're shitting. I'm like, okay, they just shit as much as they ate. How are they surviving on this? They literally just shit out as much as they just ate. Now, how does that work? Literally, how does that work?
They take like 1 or 2 vitamins and that's it.
Something is not right with that. I don't know.
Well, you know what? If I had to eat animal food, I'd probably shit that much too. So.
Well, like, oh, check this out. So our so that little Pomeranian we got, the 4-pounder, the
Yeah.
diabetic dog that runs our fucking house, because we so I've not slept in a year since we got him, because he has to get up at he gets an insulin shot at 6 in the morning,
Oh.
6 at night. So we get up every morning, and my wife should sleep until 9. You know, now it's like every morning we're up at 5:45, and if I don't get up with her, I get fucking hell. So I'm getting up and getting shit going on, right? So he gets up, he has breakfast, a half a can of food. He eats as much for breakfast as 4-pound dog as our 40-pound giant pug eats for dinner. He eats as much twice a day plus a snack, and he fucking will eat, and you can see his belly get huge, and then he'll go over and he's got like a poop piss pad in the corner of our room because he's too small to even go out the dog door. So he goes over and just starts like a Tootsie Roll dispenser. Just I swear. So he eats and his stomach is huge because he's a tiny dog. He eats a huge amount, but he's supposed to eat that much. And the vet said what he's basically eating is like sawdust with a little bit of nutrients because somehow his metabolism is all it's moving through too fast because diabetes or he's just got a lot of issues. But
Gotcha.
he's a killer little dog. He's got a killer little personality. So we just go to all this trouble for this little fucking dog, man.
The gold-plated dog. Yeah, I understand.
He is, dude. It's too much. I don't know.
$2,000 vet bills.
That was like the 10-dog limit. Right there was him. I was like, okay, this is the 10th dog. He is this much trouble. If you bring another dog home that's this much trouble, we're sunk. We're already just treading water right now trying to keep up with all this shit.
Yeah.
And she doesn't have a job. Her job is to watch over the house and all these fucking dogs. And my kids, I have 2 daughters, obviously, and she takes care of laundry, whatever the fuck. So it's just like maxed out with shit. That's why the boys' week, Chris, and Damien is so important to me. I live for it. I largely am the one that puts it on. My brother gives me support. My other buddy Nate. But I'm the one that fucking puts this thing on, basically, because if I don't, I'm going to go crazy. That's all I got to look forward to all year is going to this 1 week of no dogs, no family, no life, whatever the fuck. So it's a good time.
Yeah, you just froze up for a second. Or maybe I did. Who knows? Kids on their iPods, who knows?
Oh, yeah. Sucking bandwidth.
Oh, man. I swear I gotta unplug and replug in the router once a day. Because they're like, their tablets and their iPods and everything else, watching YouTube videos and everything. I'm just, ugh. Come on.
I've heard that works. So you just disconnect it so it gets all discombobulated and has to like start itself.
Well, once it uses up all its IP addresses that it can issue, it basically just goes into a mode. It just throws its hands up and says, "Okay, I can't issue anymore. I'm done." And so if you unplug it and then plug it back in, it just resets itself, comes back online, and then starts reissuing new IP addresses.
Gotcha. Yeah, I gotta remember to do that.
Well, let's see how my friends are doing over at the Fringe here.
I need to smoke a cigarette.
I just noticed links dropped off.
Thinking that just a little bit ago. I was thinking that.
Well, let's see if they're pissed because I'm not there yet.
Oh. Tell them they better. Excuse me, ladies. Don't take any offense to this. Tell them they better put a tampon in.
Yeah. Oh, it's a good sign. It's just everybody was busy tonight, obviously. So, you know.
I used to ask my buddy that all the time. He'd be crying, whining about something. I'd be like, "Is your pussy hood? You need a tampon? The fuck is wrong with you? Grow up and be a man."
Okay. So check this out, Damien. So I knew Chris here before I even woke up.
Yeah.
New World Order. I knew nothing about it when I knew Chris. We're working together, but now we're both down the road. We're both awake, and I lost track of you, Chris, for a few years, and then we reconnected. And like, dude, do you know about the New World Order? And you're like, yeah, I know a ton about it. I'm like, right on. So isn't that weird, man? Because a lot of people that I know don't know about it and don't even want to hear about it.
That shit works.
Yeah, exactly. So that's cool. We're getting reconnected here, man. Because I haven't talked to you face to face. I haven't seen you since that pool job up in Edmonds, I swear.
Oh, I remember that one. That was like, I was amazed. I was like,
that was a trip, dude. I got there like 3 in the morning. I got out of there by the time they opened the school, like 8 or something like that. But that was a trippy job.
I'm like, holy 20-foot high wall by 200 feet
It's just
long.
a giant wall. I was still learning shit back then. So I bought these. So I bought these fucking cheap ass rollers to roll the wall, and they're cheap. And I fucking left all the hair all over the wall. The guy's like, "What is this shit? This wall is like a shave or something." The cheap roller, and I didn't fucking float the joints out good enough where the drywall, it indents on the edges, so you can get a nice little thing. So I only skimmed it like 2 or 3 times. But I was still learning a lot of this shit, the nuts and bolts shit. Because I was doing more getting into management was into management back then. But that shit shrank up, and then so I went and bought like 20 gallons of high build primer. So it goes on super thick, even with like a 1/2-inch nap roller, and then it fucking lays down real flat. So I was trying to roll over these joints, and it would just mold. It would just mold to the joints and shit. But I should have just refloated it a couple of times, but I didn't know that back then. So anyway, but it was like that was like a union or a prevailing wage job because it was a school.
Yeah.
So I made like it was like a $10,000 job for not very much time, but when I fucked it up big time. So, but we got through it, and I never heard back.
I think it turned out pretty good actually, and the guy was actually really happy too.
I went back and I sanded that whole fucking wall by hand. It took me like all day to sand all the fucking fur off. Dude, I'm so glad I know so much more now, but back then it's just like you just stumble through shit. If you gotta do something, I had to sand that wall all fucking day. Wall.
Yeah, it's really too bad that the owner of that company was just such a fucking midget,
Yeah.
He lost accounts with Serpro and Service Master and all these other companies because he was just such a dickweed, I mean, he'd have contractors over at his house and, like plumbers and that kind of stuff. And, they do a contract for like the first floor of his house. And then he'd say, "Oh, I want you to do the second floor too." And he'd be like, "Okay, you got to sign this contract." "Oh, you don't need a contract. Just go do it. I'll pay you. Don't worry." And they do it. And then he'd say, "Oh, well, I don't have a contract, so I'm not paying you for the second floor."
Yeah.
I mean, he was just a total dickhead.
That contract world is fucked.
Yeah, he's ripped off so many school districts.
Yeah.
I mean,
if they get you over a fucking barrel, you're fucked.
His whole entire house is built out of leftover materials that he charged the school districts for on his construction sign.
Right?
That sounds like a superintendent I used to know.
Totally. I'm like,
The whole of the materials, not just what you put in, but the whole of the materials. So whatever left over, and you have to calculate pretty much if any contractor is going to calculate 10% over just in case you fuck up. So I know that because I've done plenty of work. You know what I mean?
More like 50%, probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a little obscene right there.
I know it is, but that's what a
That's
lot
what
of them
happens
do.
out here.
That's funny, Chris. You told me about your the other guy because I knew a superintendent once when I was working for a big general contractor. I was one of the 6 superintendents, and so the superintendent was running a job up in Redmond. Fucking guy buys a building lot next door to the job site, and fucking he built this whole house off of all this shit from the job site.
Yes.
There was like tracks from the Bobcat running back and forth to his property, taking lumber and all this fucking furnace and all this other shit.
Wow.
And he's telling this guy was a douchebag. He's telling all the subs. He's like, oh yeah, I'm building this house over here. Let's keep it on the down low. It's my personal house. All these subs are like, oh, they're giving him, stuff on at cost. And he's like, oh, it's my personal house. And the thing gets all built and stuff. All of a sudden, there's a sold sign in the fucking front yard.
I believe it. I totally believe it.
He just fucked everybody. But that's how it is in construction, man. I'm not that way. You're not that way for sure, and that's why we're talking right now. That's why we're awake and all that. But I mean, there's so many, just shysters in this. And right now, I'm doing a bathroom remodel up in Sammamish, up on the plateau. And these people had a leak in their house before I started in their crawl space, and it wasn't ServPro or Service Master that got the contract to do the water cleanup in the crawl space.
Wow.
But they're billing for $43,000 for water remediation out of this.
I believe it.
Oh, it's freaking insane.
I totally believe it.
That's ridiculous.
And the insurance company will pay for it too.
So the water remediation company was telling the homeowner, like, well, we'll bid high, or we're gonna fucking bill high, and then we'll go to arbitration or whatever the fuck. And then they'll get half of that. They'll still be making just stupid money. But the big thing that I'm pissed about is fucking we're paying for all this shit. That's why our premiums are so sky, because we're paying for all this corrupt bullshit at the base of all this shit.
Yeah. Well, I agree.
That's the fucked up part.
It's like the whole mold thing. Oh, black mold. It's
Oh, black mold.
Just spray some fucking bleach on it and be done with it. I mean, fuck, who cares, But you have a little piece of patch of mold that's going to cost $50,000 to a base. It's not like asbestos. It's a fucking mushroom. It's fucking mold. It's a fungus. Who cares?
Right.
Bleach on it.
That's what your sour cream's made out of. You're eating mold. What the hell?
Right.
Oh, that's what cheese is.
Yeah.
You're eating mold. It's not that bad.
Somebody puts the fear in people, and there it is. Now insurance companies, they put a disclaimer in there. They say we are not covering mold that is not covered in your policy, and blah blah, because insurance companies lost so much money because of all these mold claims.
Yep.
You get a water damage, and you're gone on vacation for a week, and it sets in, and then mold grows, and here comes the fear, and must run away and burn the house down now.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, I'll buy your house. I'll buy your house for $1,000.
Yeah, exactly.
And I'll deal with the mold.
Yeah, no doubt.
Go away. I got some bleach. Bleach is like 88 cents a gallon.
I have mold in my garage. There's just little particle mold, and it's not like West Coast black mold. You know what I mean? This is just
West Coast black mold.
Yeah, West Coast black mold. Like
that's the bad shit.
Yeah, it's called Stachybotrys
causes birth defects.
Yeah,
let me tell you right now.
It's horrible, horrible fucking shit if it gets in your lungs.
Yeah, it is probably pretty bad stuff, but it's not $46,000 bad for this poor people I'm working for. Oh my god!
Right? That's ridiculous.
In a fucking crawl space. She said they had 14 dehumidifiers piled down in their fucking crawl space. I'm not shitting you, Chris. Oh my god, I was just like, are you freaking shitting me?
That is crazy. I'm glad I could
Oh
say.
yeah, in a crawl space. It's supposed to be wet anyways.
Trying to.
Because they charge by the hour per dehumidifier. That's exactly
why they're billing
and they're
$46,000 to the insurance company.
Yeah, and they're using their electricity.
Yeah, that's true too. But I think that, well, at Cerbro, we were charging, what, $30 an hour per dehu?
Sure.
And the guys would just like...
And one day that would pay for that unit, wouldn't it?
They'd turn it on and leave it on, all day, So, I mean, you figure you got 8 dehus times $30 an hour times however many days they had it there. I mean, that shit adds up quick.
Yeah, no, I see now. No, and I see where that number could come from in those terms. But for what they did
down there and just let it blow up the damn crawl space vents. I mean, who cares? It always gets wet down there. I mean,
it's supposed to be wet down there. It's a fucking crawl space, or it's supposed to be damp. It's not supposed to be like. Oh, she said they're out there running around with these meters, all this shit, just
meters and everything else. Yeah, I know.
Oh my god! I wish they would have called me before.
When I first bought this house, I went down to the crawl space. I had mold in the cripple walls because they're made out of OSB, and I'm like, big fucking deal. I just sprayed bleach on it and scrubbed it a little bit, and there it was, done. Done deal.
Kills it all. So they came out yesterday, so I'm up at this house. I'm doing a full master bathroom remodel for these people. And so yesterday morning, there's a crew of the Mexicanos came out. They're going to do the installation on the crawl space. So they all go down there, and they get about halfway through, and they tell the lady, like, hey, you got a leak down the stairs. She's like, what? What the fuck? So she comes unglued. Another leak. So she's like, oh my god, I gotta go through all this shit again. So she calls the plumber. We got a leak. And so the guy's like, oh, what the hell? So it's an insurance claim. So he pulls off what he's doing, comes right out, goes down there, checks it out, and one of the insulator guys had tied the string to hold the insulation up.
Yeah.
And the guy had fixed it he chopped the shit out, put a couple shark bite fittings on it. And it's just a real quick patch, but it's totally fine. Shark bite fittings, I use those things. But they had tied the string to to the joint where the guy made the repair and pulled that fucker tight to hold the insulation. As soon as he started pulling it and wrenching that shark bite fittings, it started leaking, of course, because it's like a kinking like that. And so the fucking plumber, he was fucking pissed. I don't blame him, because that's just shit like that in construction. People don't.
It's the water heater that has.
So obviously he's not going to be able to bill her for it. It's not her fault. He could try building the insulation guys. They're going to tell him to get fucked. So I don't know. Tough
business.
The
first thing I did when I moved into this house was I got rid of all the plastic pipe. And none of that plastic. It's not even PEX. It's like just plastic with these sharp.
The CPVC, the yellow shit.
Yeah, exactly. And
dude, that's. So check this out. So I was working on this remodel, and luckily I was like, I knew they had that CPVC shit, the yellow pipe crap. So fucking, I'm gonna go. I'm changing out a toilet stop. I'm like, okay, this stuff is crap. If I start reefing on this thing and then I twist it, if something slips or whatever the fuck, I can just twist this thing right off. So so I'm gonna shut the fucking water main off just to make sure. Yeah. And sure enough, I fucking ended up, I'm fucking trying to get this thing right down. I twisted that fucker right off in the wall. Luckily, I had already drained the system down. But I ended up having to cut the drywall open. Got in there, put a fucking shark bite fitting on that crappy CPVC to get it to copper, and then I came out with fucking copper. Fuck,
Yep,
fuck that
exactly.
plastic shit, man.
I mean, that stuff's just cheapy, cheap.
It's so, it's just, and it's so, you can just get in there and grab that shit in the wall. And it's just you can just like flex it, but if you just flex it just a little too much, it's just gonna go crack.
Yep.
It's just garbage. It'll probably break down on its own within 30 years, and they'll be, dude. I'm just waiting, Chris. I'm just waiting for the OSB. Like in 20 or 30 years, all the OSB that are putting together now. In 20 years, that'll be like the end of its life, and all of a sudden it'll just turn back into sawdust, basically,
that's gonna
or chips, wood chips.
It'll delaminate.
Well, it's crazy to come up. You've seen it, dude. So they've got, and it's full of fucking formaldehyde, right out of the factory, all that shit. So they'll take a house now. They'll make bottom floor, bottom floor. You have fucking TJI joists made out of OSB.
Yep.
You got an OSB subfloor. Coming up from there, you got OSB on the exterior walls all the way up, completely surrounded with OSB. OSB subfloor on the second level with TJI OSB joists.
Yep.
And you got fucking OSB roof sheeting. You're completely encapsulated with fucking formaldehyde, man. Like they're embalming you while you're alive.
I know.
I would never, I would never buy a new house. If I was to buy if I was gonna buy a new house or build a house, it'd be all out of fucking CDX plywood.
And the funny thing is that I see these contractors building these houses in the rain out of this OSB, and they don't dry it out when it's done. You know, here's all this wet wood.
Up another 16 that are 8-inch, man.
Here's all this wet wood. No, just throw the drywall over it. Hire the Mexicans. Pay them $1,000 to drywall the whole entire house over the wet wood. You know, what do you think is going to happen?
It's like, what's that? Is that black mold on there?
That's right. That's right.
That black mold loves that OSB for some reason.
At the same time, you get bugs, termites, and everything else. They love wet wood. You know, they love to get into that wet wood. You know,
holy crap, dude! I've seen not this summer. Last summer, I found those little moisture ants will eat treated 2x10 joists up here.
Yeah, definitely.
I couldn't believe it. It was on the backside of whitewood. I had whitewood 2x10 joists, nailed the treated it was a whitewood 2x12 nailed the treated 2x10, and they got into the fucking whitewood, and they just kept going they were eating the fucking treated joists and everything.
Yep.
So they've been resistant to that shit now.
Yep, they will.
Eat everything.
It's nuts, Damien. The world is going crazy. If they can eat that treated wood, that's not good.
That'll kill them. Yeah.
It's all that green technology, the green chemicals they're putting on it that don't do shit like the old stuff used to. The stuff that actually used to kill bugs and make us so they wouldn't eat that shit.
Oh, you have no idea what I see now, Jeff. I'm a home inspector now. Oh,
no shit.
So I see all those homeowners.
You're a home inspector now? That's what Lynx was looking to get into, the guy that was just on here.
I see all this homeowner fixes and repairs and plumbing and wiring, and it's horrible. You go from being
it's probably just like shooting fish in a barrel. You go out to a private residence.
You go from being a contractor that's been doing this stuff for a while to a home inspector. And you think you've seen it all? You have not.
And every mortgage now basically requires a home inspection.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I mean, it's not required by the state, but most lenders require it. It seems like almost
all the mortgage companies, it's like the norm, basically.
Yeah, most
have a home inspection. They gotta have something. They gotta have something like a middle ground to kind of barter over, or whatever.
Yeah.
Give concessions over, a reason to get into a bartering mood or a concession mood.
It's horrible, man. I mean, I've seen wires coming out of the drywall ceiling that are connected to a light.
Yeah.
They're coming out and they're plugged into an outlet.
I do that when I'm doing remodels.
I was like, what are you thinking? You know, I mean, I see people hooking up stuff with speaker wire. They use speaker wire
It gets red hot.
to make like a, you know, plug for the refrigerator or something like that. You know, it's just like you guys just
That's pretty amazing right there.
I take pictures of everything. I'll have to send you some because oh my god.
Instead of people at Walmart's like inspect.
It is. I mean, it's
Private
like
inspections.
so many things people do. You know, I mean, just they put JB Weld on the water heater and just weird random stuff.
Hey, I've used that before. That stuff works pretty good. Not the 15-minute shit though.
Oh, I learned a new trick from my 93-year-old neighbor, actually, because I was just having real challenges. The sealed system in my stainless steel refrigerator the wife wanted, it like broke loose, right? And these things are like, I mean, they look like a ground wire. It's like this thick. It's like that thick, and it's actually a hollow tube. You know, it's for the high pressure portion of your sealed system on your refrigerator.
Yep.
No matter what I did, I could not get those copper tubes to mate together. I sweated them. I welded them. I put JB Weld on them, epoxy, tried millions of things, all this other crap, and I'm just like, I was about to take the refrigerator and throw it out in the street. So I talked to my neighbor. He's this old guy. He's a ex-machinist. He was like a machinist for 30 years. He's got all the equipment and everything.
A real machinist, not a Boeing machinist now, not a button pusher, right?
No, he's a real machinist.
A real machinist, yes.
I'm like, Warren, what do I do? I'm totally at a loss. And he's like, well, it sounds like the coppers are just different. They're a little bit different, so you can't get the silver solder to melt together. And I'm like, well, what do I do? And he's like, you take a copper wire and you wrap it around the joints, and then just heat it up and solder it in, and that copper wire you wrapped around the joint will fill, just like if you're soldering two wires together.
Yeah.
And you know, I did that and worked like a charm.
Oh, sweet. Plus, did that add strength to that joint? Probably.
Yeah,
too.
it does.
Shit
It
around
does. I threw some JB Weld on it just in case.
A little piece of gum or something. That's fucking awesome.
But I'll tell you this, man. I'm not going to fuck with appliances anymore. No more appliance shit. You know, because we got a front load washer and dryer because she wanted it, and a stainless steel refrigerator. Cheap. They're like $75 a piece. Because this is the problem and that the problem, and I'm like, I can fix that. I can fix anything. You know, that damn washer. Holy crap! There's like a spider bracket on the back that it's made out of cast aluminum against a stainless steel drum. I guess there's been like some huge recall about it. Anyways, that thing totally disintegrated. Yeah, I ripped the whole thing apart. I mean, it took an hour to rip it apart, and here's this like aluminum bracket just totally gone. There's no way you can like rebuild it. So, you know, I took the stainless steel shaft and got out my oxyacetylene welder, and I'm like, I don't care. I'm just gonna weld the damn thing up. So, and of course, my welding gauge, this breaks and that breaks, and this doesn't work, and you know, all the tank fitting leaks and everything. Finally got that all together. Welded the sucker, got it back together again. And I'm like, thank God it works. But man, I mean, I've been in appliance hell for like the last month.
Really?
You know, because I'm like, why go to Sears and buy a $3,000 appliance when I can buy one for $75 and just fix it?
Yeah, exactly.
When the fucking stainless steel drum with that bracket on it costs like $400. I'm like, no, I'll just make my own. It'll be easy.
At least you can fix yours. Something happened with our washer. We had to get a new one like a year ago. because we're washing stuff and we're running so much dog hair and all this crap through. Dude, we had a little fire with our dryer. We had so much dog hair in our dryer.
Clean the vent. You gotta clean that vent, man.
No, I thought I was, and then we burned up the motor on something on this dryer where it's like, finally, the guy's like, you gotta clean. So now I shove my take it apart in the crawl space. I run my shop back up on it like once a year now, but.
Wow.
But anyway, the washer, there's nothing to clean on the washer, so it's just finally puked out. But we got I went and got a new. It's just like a stand-up washer, but there's like no freaking thing in the middle. There's no thing in the middle, no agitator. But it's just a giant. It's like an old-fashioned tub kind of thing.
Yeah.
But that works good to wash all our dog stuff. But dude, you can put a full-size sleeping bag in this thing, which is what I like.
Yeah, that's cool.
And wash it all and shit. But so sometimes it's good. Something just totally pukes out, and you gotta go get something new. But that's crazy. You had to dig into that one thing.
Oh man, that was horrible. Yeah, and every once in a while the socks make it past the front gasket on the front loader, and they end up inside the damn thing. There's like a filter in the washer you like twist and pull out, and every once in a while you'll see a sock in there. What the fuck did that get in there?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, or where do they go when they don't go down there?
Missing socks go.
Like the sock abyss or something.
Yeah, it's like, well, I thought I had 2 socks, but now there's only 1 in the dryer. What the hell? Oh, man.
What's going on, Damien?
He's off in the garage.
I'm liking that flag.
Nice, huh?
Yes, I noticed that earlier. I was like, that's a new addition. I like it.
That's really good right there. My screen. Right there for everyone to see. Hey. Yep. Oh my God, what a day.
Yeah, is it Friday yet? Oh, I got to work this weekend, so never mind. Friday for me.
I never did find those sound effects on here. I looked.
I've got off-board ones because, like, see, my brother got me this one. Can you see this one? Whoop.
Oh yeah, I see it.
My brother got me this one on eBay. This is where a lot of the sound. This is like the and the. Definitely a couple of my well-known sound effects. I got that on eBay. But like Spitfire and Mike know how to bring up the. There's like a sound effects. Google Effects. There it is. So supposedly I just brought that up on the side. Deal.
Yeah, you wish, Mr. Clown Halo
So
Head.
it sounds. Did you guys hear that?
Oh, I can see it.
You can see it, but you can't hear it though.
Yeah, we hear it.
Did you hear that, David?
Yeah.
So it's just like on the left side of your screen. If you just like click on the left side, it'll bring up all the stuff.
I do
You
have.
look like the Joker from Batman right now.
Did you do it? Whoa! Whoa! Did you do that, Chris?
I can see it. You look
Did I
like
do
the
that?
Batman Joker with a halo around your head.
Did you do that, Chris?
No, you did that.
What? No.
It definitely wasn't me.
Weird. Wait a
He's
minute.
like, damn it, how do I turn it off?
My computer doesn't pick up stuff like that. I'm just.
When you were in Rome, by the way, with a mustache.
Wait. There we
Oh my god, I want to do a screen capture right now so bad.
Shit. What the hell's going on?
The goggles. Now you look like Ronald McDonald.
I think follows me. Oh, there it goes. Wait. I can dodge it.
It's trying to follow you. It's coming for you.
Hey. Oh, it's my birthday, right on.
You're only one.
Oh my god. Okay, what's going on? Oh, there's my birthday.
Oh my gosh.
Where's the doom sound effect?
Oh, there you go. There it is.
There it is. Where's Professor Doom? What the hell's going on?
Right.
Whoa, I'm back. Oh my god, that was funny.
Wow. Holy shit. So what are we going to talk about besides mold and OCB?
So Chris, I don't know if I ever knew. How did you wake up, brother? When did you wake up to this New World Order bullshit?
Well, it all started, I don't know, I just got this weird feeling. I was looking at some YouTube videos and stuff, and then somehow I ended up on a conspiracy site and just started doing a lot of reading and stuff. And anyways, that site went to fucking whole shit really fast, and so I moved on to a different site, and I was there for about, well, I'd been there for about 5 years, and just learned a lot, just from a lot of people all over the world. Just they're all just waking up, you know.
Yep.
And shared your book, and a lot of people have read that, and they're just really into it, and just, I don't know, there's just something in me that was like, something's not right here. I can see what's going on. I mean, especially with, I don't remember what I was doing. I think there was a video I was watching. It was called The American Dream. And it was kind of like a cartoon depiction of what the Federal Reserve Bank really is.
Yep.
And people don't understand. They hear, oh, Federal Reserve Bank, and they think, oh, yeah, it has to do with government and all that. Well, it doesn't, and they don't understand that. And they don't know. They don't understand what currency really is. I mean, it's basically just they're basically just IOUs, you know. And then one of my friends, he's blind. I got him invested in gold and silver and that kind of stuff, you know, because and he's done really well with it. He's done really well, so I'm glad for him.
Yep.
But it's just the whole, I'm trying to think of the proper words to phrase this, but the whole fractional reserve banking system is a joke, and people think that it's so damned important, and they have no idea what it really is. It's just another way to suck and suck and suck and suck the life out of you.
Yeah, if you want to get rich,
That's
just
what they're doing. I mean, you know, you take $1, okay, for instance. You take $1 and you go spend it at the store and you get charged, out here we get charged, what, 8.9% sales tax?
9.5%. I'm at.
Yeah, they take that $1 and they give it to someone else in change, and then that person spends it and gets charged another 8.9% sales tax. And then that $1 goes change to someone else and gets charged again and again and again. And by the time the $1 has gone through its whole entire life, you're looking at it being charged at least 1,000 times. So you take 10 cents on $1 multiplied by 1,000. You know, I mean, these people have just figured out the ultimate scam, and nobody understands it. You know, they're all just delusional to it.
Yeah, it's almost too easy to it's almost too easy to scam. First you've got there's almost two issues. You've got fiat money, which the Federal Reserve prints, and then you've got fractional reserve lending, which is what the banks are allowed to do.
Right. But it's all
fiat. Let's start with the fiat money for a sec. So hopefully everybody that's watching this, they should know by now. Hopefully, if not, they will. The Federal Reserve is not part of the federal government. It is a privately owned, for-profit corporation owned by private shareholders with Class A stock, and they are all involved with the Rothschild banking dynasty. Factually, this has all been traced back through history. There's been many books written about it. I touched on it briefly in my first book because people need to read. It's called The Creature from Jekyll Island. That should be required reading in all of our schools. G. Edward Griffin is the guy that wrote it. Phenomenal book. It'll tell you exactly what's going on with the banking system, with our economy, for real. What's going on with the economy? It's fucked. It is jacked. What's going on? And they just roll the economy up and down because they know in advance what the frickin' interest rates are going to be. So they're always a step ahead. The people who own the Federal Reserve, the Satanists, the people running the New World Order, they know a step ahead exactly where this roller coaster is going, so they know exactly where to put their money, and they just are just ripping us off left and right. And it's really fucked. That's the only way to put it, really. Okay. So that's the fiat money system. And then on top of that, since they make monetary policy basically and are in cahoots with the government, they allow what's called fractional reserve lending, where a bank, most of the banks they own also, so they allow their own banks to, for every $1 of a deposit they've got, they can basically get about 10 times that in lending or basically creating money power. So it's like a double fucking scam. It's like a two-pronged screw us scam, and it's totally in place, and it's bleeding us dry. If this machine was not in place, putting these chains or shackles on our society, on humanity, we would be so far ahead, we'd be soaring. But they've got this frickin' thing in place intentionally. So I don't know. It's a bad deal.
Well, you know what? You go back to the 1950s when money was backed by gold. Okay, when gold was what, $30 an ounce, and it was like back then you could, for an ounce of gold, you could buy a really nice suit. Okay,
that's right.
And for $30 you could buy a really nice suit. Well, guess what happens now? Try and buy a really nice suit for $30 now. Good luck. You can't even find that at Goodwill. But for an ounce of gold, you can still buy a really nice suit.
Yeah.
And people just do not understand that. You know, they're making the dollar more and more worthless. Prices are going up. You know,
That's why you need two income families now.
Loaf of
Back
fucking
in the
bread,
day, you could work in
$10.
the fucking corner market and have a mortgage and pay it. You could work as a cashier and have a fucking mortgage back in the 50s. Now you've got two people just struggling, both working usually to get by.
Yeah, but see, the problem is that everybody is just so sedentary. They're just like, oh, well, it's inflation, it's going to happen. You know, $20 for a cup of coffee, there's nothing I can do about it, so I'll just pay it.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll just bend over and take it up the ass. I don't like it, but I'm going to do it anyways. And that's what they do. And who's to stop them? I mean, here you have some bully telling you this is what you can and cannot do, and we're the law. Well, you know what? No, you're not the fucking law. Just like the Federal Reserve has nothing to do with the government. And the government, D.C., isn't even part of the damn country.
Exactly.
None of you people understand this.
Right. They are.
And that's why this is happening, is because you are all dumbed down to the point where you'll do anything anybody tells you.
They are a foreign company run by British rule, run by the Crown. We're not under American rule anymore. We're under British rule. We have been for 200 years.
Yeah, the Rothschilds and the royalty are virtually one and the same at this point. I mean, they're just competition's a sin, right?
You know, I swear the British just said, okay, fine, they beat us in the war, but you know what? We'll get him another way.
Oh, yeah. Totally just jerked the rug out from under us.
Mm-hmm.
It's like cancer. It's like, we'll just give you cancer. You'll die eventually.
Let's figure out a way to screw them without them knowing they're going to be screwed.
Yeah, that's where... That's my cuckoo clock. Yeah, and now look at us. We're in a shitty spot. Our kids are in an even shittier spot.
Right.
I'm not fucking happy about it at all, and I know you guys aren't.
No.
That's why I write these books and fucking give them away for free. At least my first one. And that was the motivation for me to even do that. Was for my kids. Because if I had them, I could. Okay, I'll be dead in whatever. 10 years, 20 years, whatever. It won't matter to me. But now I got kids. Now I got people looking up to me to really do something. And even though they're too young to understand what's wrong, when they get old enough to understand, they'll understand why Dad had to spend so much freaking time in the office working on these books, talking to you guys, trying to wake people up. Because if we don't do that, they've got no future. They got nothing.
Yeah, but see, that's the way they want it to work. You know, all the kids care about is iPods and iPhones and smartphones and video games and, you know, everything else. And the kids don't even want to go ride bikes anymore. They rather sit there and walk around. I mean, you see people walking around with their smartphones at the shopping mall.
Oh, dude, it's crazy. I was just looking at it today. I'm like, look at this fucking idiot. He's gonna walk right off this curb. Yeah. Yeah, zombie generation.
I mean, I swear, they get a text message, and it's like an addiction or something. Like, oh, I got a text message. I have to answer it right now.
Everything stops.
Sorry, Mr. Boss. I know I'm supposed to be working up here on this construction site, but I got a text message, so I got to respond. So I got to pause everything I'm doing while the concrete is pouring on that poor Mexican guy over there because I'm not paying attention.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, just, oh. It drives me nuts. It drives me nuts when I'm sitting there trying to talk to the wife, and she's sitting there playing Turds with Friends with her sister or something. And like, I'm talking to you. Hello.
Hello.
Like, type. I'm like, do I need to text it?
I know you need to text her and say, hey, I'm right here to your right.
That's right.
Oh,
Yeah,
man. Dude, I've noticed.
she's a good girl, she really is, but it's just that's one of my pet peeves that just really pisses me off.
Dude, I've noticed since this texting shit took off a few years ago, the people texting are way more dangerous than the drunk drivers, I would say.
Right?
I agree.
Fuck, dude, I commute back and forth between North Bend, Issaquah, I-90 every day, basically. Dude, you can tell when someone's fucking texting because it's just like, they'll drift off all of a sudden.
That's right.
It's like, yeah, you want to sideswipe me? Yeah, just give me we'll sell a quarter for $1,000 right now.
Yeah, and it was a big deal. You're gonna get fined, for texting and driving, or if you don't have a Bluetooth or whatever. And that lasted for what, like a couple of months, and now the police don't even care anymore. Right? The police sitting there texting and holding the phone up to their heads and talking all the time. It was a way to generate income, and now no one cares anymore.
Right?
Hey, Damien, do they got frickin' cameras all over the street lights where you're at there? You're in North Carolina, right?
Yes.
They got cameras like on all the traffic lights and all that shit there?
Yeah, the red light cams.
Or just cameras in general?
Yeah, they do. They have cameras everywhere. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter where you live. There's fucking cameras everywhere.
That's it.
It reminds me of that show NCIS. They're like, oh, this so-and-so person, and we need their license plate. And they're like, okay, pull up the cam on this street or that street.
Yeah.
And they know there's a camera there. They don't even have to ask. They're just like, just pull up the camera on that street. Because they already know it's there. There's cameras all over the place.
It's got facial recognition technology.
Oh,
it's got license plate reading technology. So
Yeah,
fucking they know where you are from flight to light.
Exactly, Mr. Ronald McDonald following his head around.
Is that going on again? Hold on.
It's not, but my point is that it's reading your face.
Oh, yeah, totally. Yeah.
Face as you move.
Facial recognition technology. Exactly.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm trying to find out where that was. Oh, weird. Crazy.
Well, even Facebook is doing it.
They can track down exactly where you fucking been, where you're going, but they can't find a motherfucker when they bomb somewhere or shot up a fucking school or, all those other false flags that didn't fucking happen.
Yep, exactly.
It was I just watched a video about this, actually. A guy that completely is living off grid, and they said, oh, we're going to condemn your house because it's unsafe because you're not hooked up to utilities, to city utilities. It's like, I got my rain barrels, I got my solar panels, I don't need to be hooked up to utilities. Like, oh, we're just going to condemn your house then because you're not connected to public utilities. And if you don't comply, we're going to throw you in jail. And he's like, throw me in fucking jail then. I don't care. And then I'll get out and I'll go home. We'll just do it all over again. I'm going to stand up.
Does he want to take a smart meter?
No, he has no utilities whatsoever. He's living off the grid. He's got solar panels. He's got rain barrels for water.
Right.
And they said, well, you're not connected to public utilities, so either you connect to public utilities or you're going to jail because we're in your house.
That's fucked.
Bullshit, in my opinion.
Yes. That is. Fuck. Where was that at?
No, it was a video that I was watching. Oh God, what? It was somewhere in the West, I think. I think Idaho, over in that direction. I'll see if I can find the video. I'll send it to you. But it's just.
Well, send me the one of your dogs, the little Chihuahua too, will you?
Oh, I will.
Post on the side chat for Damien.
Yeah, I don't know.
Side chat. What?
I don't know if you can
What
do
you're
it
doing there?
or not.
Put it in the
Cool.
chat room. Chat room.
Oh yeah, gotcha. Hold on.
Yeah, we got a chat room on the side.
Got it. Nobody was
See
talking.
this,
That's what I was
let's check out this Chihuahua.
wondering here.
I see you rolling that hooter. Dude.
That's the one that wandered into your driveway, huh?
Yeah. Well, one of them, yeah.
And what about the other one?
The
Like
corgi? Oh, the mutt.
Yeah.
That monster. He's like the stupidest dog in the entire world.
Oh, they're having a blast right there. You put that, Damien, did you put that up on the on the chat board?
What's
Yeah.
that?
This is the evil one, you guys. This is where he sounds like the demon from hell. Hold on. All right, watch that one.
You gonna do a screen share at all, Chris?
The first one or the second one?
The second one, that's when he is like pure devil evil.
Okay, I will cut and paste it into the chat.
Oh. Well,
It'll
just went to something else. Okay, there we go.
What? Okay, go off that. Okay. Oh, it must be a shortcut. So, paste. There we go.
I swear that little dog sounds like he's talking to the bigger dog. I just don't know what he's saying.
Was there audio on that one, Chris?
There
Yeah, there's audio.
every town. I don't care what town you live in. It doesn't matter what town you live in. There are fucking cameras everywhere. They're on your banks. They're on your fucking fast food restaurants. They're on your light poles. They're fucking everywhere. Just look.
Yes. The ones on the on the traffic lights, those are probably the most disturbing.
Single town in America has cameras in it.
It's just like blatantly, we're watching everything that's going on. I can see, I mean, it's like, I can see why they would want to do that for, you know, so they could go back. Like if there was a murder or some shit, they would say, okay, was there anybody driving a car through this intersection at 2:16 in the morning? They go back and check the camera. Oh, yep, there, oh, there's his license plate. Oh, it's this guy. But at the same time, I understand that. At the same time, it's creepy as fuck that they can, that you're just under surveillance all the time, wherever you're at. So it's good to get away to the mountains sometimes.
Yeah, well,
Or to the boys' week.
You know, why the fuck do your smart TV and your DVD player and your cable box need to have a doggone camera built into it?
Yeah, oh yeah.
You know me, okay? I mean, when something breaks, I have to fix it. So I open the damn thing up, and here's this little camera inside the fucking cable box. I'm like, why do I need a camera in my damn cable box?
Right?
It's supposed to look at me and know what show I want to watch, or it's supposed to read my facial expression when I watch some stupid show, you know, and get mad and flip the show off or do whatever. I mean, jeez. It's too much.
Right?
And where does all this video...
But unfortunately, the younger generation is getting used to this stuff.
You know,
They're
I mean,
used
every time my kids touch the TV screen, it's gonna record their fingerprints. I mean, when does it end?
Right. Well, you know, they have those little, whatever the fuck they're called. They go and do the fingerprinting and all that when they're kids. Say, you know, if they get kidnapped, we have their fingerprints on file and bullshit. And use that as a ruse in order to get them. So they're already in the system before they're ever an adult.
Yeah, they're booked as kindergartners, basically.
Right, exactly.
Booked now.
When I was in school, we had blood tests at school to tell us what type we were, what type of blood.
Yep.
Yep.
I don't remember.
Oh, I just love that whole AncestryDNA.com thing.
Yeah, fuck
Oh,
that.
yeah, sure. Send us your DNA, and we'll put you in this big registry.
Yeah, I'll put you in this database.
We'll tell you if you're Irish or Scottish or African or British or Chinese or whatever. BS. It all gets locked into this big database.
Yep.
So now next time I get too
A
drunk.
safe file in Utah.
Next time I get too drunk and I decide to go shit in a public park, they're going to test the shit in my DNA.
That's it, exactly.
And say, you shit in a public park, here's a fine, because it's your DNA. We have it on file. Assholes.
Dude, that's crazy, because like 20 years ago, I used to think to myself, back when I used to do this stupid shit, drink a beer, I don't want to open container in my car, I'm fucking throwing it out the window whenever nobody's looking. Beer bottle, beer can, whatever the fuck. I don't do that anymore, obviously, but back in the day, I was a fucking idiot. But I was like, I used to think to myself back then, I was like, you know, I bet someday they'll be able to, they would be able to take my fingerprints off of that bottle or can and trace it back to me. Dude. Why did I have, you know, and prosecute me for that? I thought about this 20 years ago. I was like thinking about that. I was throwing shit out. But I was also thinking, I don't have to worry about that right now. But today, if I was doing that, I might have to worry about that.
I don't throw cigarette butts on the ground. I haven't for many, many years. Like if I have a smoke and I'm gonna put it out. You know what I mean? And if it's the end of my cigarette, oh, Phil, strip that motherfucker and put it in my pocket. And I'll tell you why. Because there's gonna come a day when they are. You know, the littering fines in states are horrible, especially along interstates and shit. So they're going to find a cup on the side of the fucking road, and they're going to DNA swab that motherfucker, and they're going to track your ass down and put you in jail for throwing that goddamn thing on the ground. They'll do the
3
same
years ago.
cigarette butts. Yeah.
Or whatever.
20 years ago.
Exactly. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you're not going to catch me.
Yeah. That's the thing with, throwing out a... Well, I used to think about that 20 years ago.
Yeah.
But they'd have to get it pretty fresh, though, probably, to get your fingerprints or DNA. So, if those ones I threw out 20 years ago, I'm probably okay.
Yeah, never mind the bum that picked it up, or this person that picked it up, or the garbage guy that picked it up, or the garbage man.
Or blew out of the garbage truck.
Landfill. We'll just send them all to jail. We'll send them all tickets, and maybe they'll pay, maybe they won't. But
yeah, no shit. They'll just start auto mailing out tickets, and you're guilty until proven innocent. Right?
That's exactly right.
That's it.
There's no justice anymore.
What a fucking red light camera ticket is.
Oh, you're
guilty
innocent.
Until proven innocent.
You're innocent, so let's just throw you in jail for a year until you get your court date, and then you can prove your innocence.
Yeah.
And what do you get?
You're gonna spend how many hours fucking around with this shit?
Yeah.
And time is money if you could be working instead of fucking around with bullshit.
Oh, we're sorry. It was this other dummy. It wasn't you. But you get to sit in jail
exactly.
anyways.
They'll shirk responsibility. Just sorry. Well, try to sue the government. Good job. Good try. Good luck with that.
Well, you know what? The media is just as stupid as everyone else is. Something wrong. We too low. Holy fuck. Banging out. I'm sure you've seen that one, right? You haven't seen that one? Okay.
What's that?
I'm gonna get this one for you because you have to see this.
I haven't seen shit.
We have new information now also.
All right, I'm just gonna play it on Vox. I think you guys can hear it, but this is a news report. There was a plane in China that crashed in California. It was a Chinese plane, and the guy was an intern for the NTSC. You know, the flight people that control the flights and stuff. He was a young intern, and he was just fucking around when the news media called him, and they took it as real, and so they reported on it. So, just listen.
On the plane crash, KTVU has just learned the names of the 4 pilots who were on board the flight. They are Captain Sum Ting Wong, Wee Tu Lo, Ho Li Fook, and Bang Ding Ao. And the NTSB has confirmed these are the names of the pilots on board Flight 214.
Oh, they confirmed it, huh?
We are working to explain exactly what roles each of them played during the landing.
What were those fucking names? That sounds like AI.
No, I sent you.
Like a local.
I sent you guys the link.
The affiliate or something, probably.
No, I sent you guys the link. It really happened. The news media just totally dropped the ball on that one.
Wow. Do they not think about how they put those in order, or what?
Maybe they weren't trying to be racist or something with the names. I don't know. I never saw that video until I was in my inspection course, and there's a Chinese guy going through my inspection class with me, and he's like, "What should I name my My inspection company. We said, you should name it something Wong.
Dude, Chris, we gotta get you together with Lynx, the guy who was on here earlier, because he was looking to get into that into home inspection stuff where he's at in Oregon. So he's like, no, wouldn't even be competition with you for sure. But if you could help him out, dude, it'd be fucking awesome.
Yeah, the laws are the same in Oregon and Washington. I mean, the licensure is dual. So he can work in Oregon and Washington on the same license. So
he's right in frickin' Bend, Oregon, where all that militia stuff or that standoff at the Malheur Wildlife Refuge took place.
Okay.
He was our boots on the ground there.
Wow. Okay. Right.
Yeah,
on.
he's a fucking cool guy, man.
Yeah, I'll definitely hook him up.
Well, you're in, dude. You're on the show already. So we're gonna work you into the deal here.
Right
What's you got a site? Damien, Chris here's got a site going called it was like, what was it called? Matrix. Something.
Yeah, it's the Fringe.
The Fringe. That's right.
Yeah.
But you got to put that hyphen in there to get it.
Right.
The-fringe.com.
Yeah, I'll link it. Hold on.
Just take it right to YouTube, dude. We'll get you on our network.
Right on, will do.
That would be the networking, especially within this shit, dude. We'll get you right on here. Kick ass.
Right.
Yeah.
So I show you my kid's favorite toy.
Yeah. Check it out. AR-15. Whoa! Dude, that's crazy.
Hey, that's a nice lightsaber.
Yeah, that looks pretty. That's pretty damn
One or
realistic.
is that the double one?
This is a single. The kids love fighting with them.
Yeah, the adults.
Yeah,
do.
when they touch, they do the.
Yeah, me and my buddies played with those in Nevada.
Crazy.
Freaking awesome.
Yeah, they're the limited edition, so the kids only get to play with them when they have adult supervision.
We had a
They
single
don't make them anymore.
double red one. We had a double on the Sith one. It was just like Darth Maul.
Yeah.
Awesome. Freaking awesome. We were out playing with them back behind the shop one night because I used to volunteer at this game shop run by veterans and played D&D and stuff, you know. And we were out behind the shop one night after we closed. We were playing with those in the dark, and we had shut them off for a minute. We were smoking a cigarette, and then this cop come by, driving by, and one of the guys, he turned it on. He's like, and the cop like, he stopped the car and backed up, and they came and checked us out. They were like, "What are you doing?" Blah blah blah, and you know, of course, one of the guys that worked there with me was on the fire department, so he's like, "Hey, we're just out here, you know."
Just out here having fun, screwing around.
Saber fight? Hell yeah.
Oh, it's fucking awesome.
Yeah, it's funny.
Damien, do you play D&D still too, or?
I haven't played in about a year. I would love to play.
I haven't played for fucking years and years, but Lynx was saying a few, must have been weeks ago, that he still actively plays. I've got all my shit somewhere in a box in my house, But I had a freaking it's crazy to look back on that shit. And Chris, did you play that shit at all back in the day, or?
No, I used to in high school.
Some people did. Some people. I did it back in the like early '80s. What the fuck? But I had a ranger and a fucking a magic user and a thief. I think that was my posse right there. But that's crazy. You could also have like a druid instead of a magic user. You'd have a druid, like druid, like a cult shit.
I had a druid, or I had a, what was it?
And what was a cleric? Was it a cleric too? There's like.
I was something cleric. Freaking.
Trying to remember all that stuff. But they had them in different classifications where like you had in if you had your fighters, you had your I had a ranger, and you could be a ranger or a paladin or a fighter.
Yep.
Is that the three of those, right?
Well, now it's much different.
I'm like way older. Yeah, it probably is way different from, because I'm talking about there's nothing on the computer about it at all.
Yeah, you should play.
I'd have to blow the dust off my old player's handbook.
You should play.
What was the last version you played?
1980.
Oh, good God, man!
On paper.
No, now they have books that you actually. There are tournaments, there are games.
Fuck, I bet.
So there's actually games that go on all across the country at the same time, and you're.
So I got something cool for you, Damien, if you're into all that shit. So do they still have the thing called Deities and Demigods?
Do not know.
Oh wow, so it's way changed.
Oh, you know what? They even have they have a virtual reality edition.
No shit.
Just like,
what about the cartoon Dungeons and Dragons? I saw every episode.
yeah, it's called Dungeon Master 1, 2, and 3. Chaos Revenge.
It would probably be way cool now because wow, what if you're in that, in it? Like, virtual reality shit. That'd be true.
It's getting there.
I can't wait until there's I can't wait until there's holographic games.
Yep.
Can't wait.
We're right there. Fuck, we're right there.
Did you see that video of the whale in the gymnasium?
Yep.
Holy shit.
Coupled with the 9/11 video of the second plane hitting, I was like, oh my goodness. I've never been on no planer, but after seeing that side by side, is like, wow, I guess it's possible.
Well,
are you a no planer, Damien? For the 9/11 stuff.
What do you mean?
Do you believe actual planes hit the Twin Towers, or do you think they're a holograph?
I don't
ask Chris
know,
the same question.
man. I don't know.
See, I don't know now either. I always thought it was planes. What about you, Chris? What do you think?
Pretty sure they were real planes. But the thing is that before the planes hit, there was a flash that came out from the fuselage, from under the fuselage. So a missile actually, I believe, was fired from below the plane before the planes actually hit.
Gotcha.
To cause some of the friction to be distributed.
Yeah, I don't know what to believe. All I know for sure is arguably who did it and why. So details like whether there's a plane or no plane are almost insignificant to where I'm at with the whole thing. But I'm just curious about it for sure. As we all know who did it and why. It's just these fucking New World Order fuckwads.
Right.
But all these little details about how they did it, that's what we get kind of mired up in. So
No,
I don't worry about them too much because we already know the big picture shit.
that's the easy part.
But some people get down on nuts on most of this shit and just tear each other's throats out over planes or no planes or thermite or no fucking thermite or directed energy. I mean, that's just busy work, and the people that are running this whole thing are just laughing at that infighting bullshit.
You know what? There's one thing that I've learned in my life is to think dumb. Okay? You know, whenever you go to fix something, it's always the easiest solution is what's wrong. Okay? Yeah, there are planes. The government threw the planes at the buildings, but that was not enough to bring the buildings down. They had to have explosives in the buildings at the same time. So they threw the planes at the buildings, pop, 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 peep, and then here comes the fucking dynamite. Boom, 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 boom. And then all the dumb, stupid people, oh, the plane hit the big, heavy concrete steel building and it made it fall down. Wrong. It was the fucking explosives in the building that made the thing fall down. It wasn't the fucking planes, but because you're so stupid, you thought it was the planes. And oh, it's the Arabs' fault. So let's go over to Iraq and let's go and
Welcome back to the Stone Age.
and let's go do whatever we're doing over in Iraq and Afghanistan, and it's been this ongoing thing. I don't know why the fuck we're over there anyways. You know, we have no reason. We're not the world's peacekeepers. So why are we there? There's a reason why we're there. Your cat looks just like mine.
The black one?
Yeah.
That's the female.
The fluffy black one, yeah. Oh, on another subject, you guys want to see something cool? Speaking
No.
of virtual reality.
Yeah.
No.
Check this out.
Do you know how to screen share, Chris?
What?
You know how to screen share? Like you just play it on your deal and it'll come up.
Yeah, I know. I don't know how to do that yet.
I don't know how to do it either. I was hoping you did. Damien, do you know how to do that?
I put this on my my VR headset, and my headset tracks with it, which is really cool. But
what are you trying to do?
You can use your mouse to move it around. It's a 360-degree video. So while you're watching it, you can move around the video with your mouse. But when you have a VR headset, it actually tracks with you. So it's almost like you're in the pilot seat. It's really, really neat.
Do I know how to do what now?
Screen share.
Oh, go up to the little green thing. I think it's fucking green. I don't know. I'm colorblind. It's the one underneath the chat box.
Okay.
See the box with the arrow?
Yep.
Hit that box, and you'll have to have the video already pulled up in your tab.
Like on the YouTube tab?
On the tab, you have your tabs across the front.
Okay, got it.
Across the top, so you have that lit up. Before you go into the screen share mode, hit your screen share, and it'll pop up with a window with your tabs in it, and you just pick the window that you want to screen share and play it.
I still don't know if I got it.
I'm trying.
But yeah, I'm trying to
I get what
open
you're
link,
saying.
a new tab. Okay, I got a new tab, so now we'll go to that tab. We'll go to YouTube. See if we can bring this up. to watch that whole fucking.
Yeah, I think that only works if you are running things in a separate window. Yeah, I'm getting this like endless sharing both of you like 100 times. It's like looking at two mirrors back to back. If that makes sense.
Workspace. What's this?
Okay, that was totally weird.
See, before I thought you had to go to the YouTube on here.
No, you got to go to YouTube and actually pick the video that you want to play before you go to your screen share.
Right, but I guess it has to be
I'm on technology overload.
Yeah, it has to be in a separate window, I assume. Did you play that link I sent you? The last one? The 360-degree one?
Bring it up right now.
You'll appreciate
Can you
it.
try to screen share?
Use the mouse in the middle of the screen. Just click on it and move the direction. Like click on the actual video and just like...
Whoa! That's a trip, dude.
Exactly.
What the hell? How is that possible? What the hell is that thing? It's like a spaceship above that fucker.
Now, if you can imagine...
You see that, Chris?
Yeah, if you can imagine having a VR headset on, so all you gotta do is move your head to look around. That's what this thing does. So, you know, you can like just move your head and look around and do whatever, and it's new technology that's just moving really fast, which is actually pretty cool.
Wow.
I know you've seen the Blue Angels a
The
million
guy
times.
behind you, he's like videoing.
Yeah.
That's a trip, dude.
You know what's really sad?
Is this playing on YouTube?
Yeah. Yeah, look at the co-pilot. He's sitting there with his cell phone.
That's weird. Is that coming up on the main screen? No? That's where you gotta stretch screen share that shit.
Yeah.
That's a fucking trip, dude. Let's see if we can figure out how to...
What happened?
Dude, can you click on that last link on the side share there, Damien? That's a fucking trip, dude. God, that is just bizarre. You can do that. Look, you can look through. You can look all the way around the whole thing. Weird. Those fucking jets are damn close, man.
Oh, I know they are. They get within 6 feet of each other. Well, Seafarer's coming. You know what that means.
Caesar's coming?
Seafarer.
Yep.
That means you can make a salad.
Yeah, that's when the Blue Angels come in and just blow our brains out.
I just gotta copy that. Copy. Okay. Now do a screen share.
Yeah, I see your screen.
Did that work?
Well, I can see your screen, but you can't move the video. I mean, we can watch what's on your screen, but you can't manipulate it, if you know what I mean. We're just watching what you watch.
We're trying to. I was trying to put that on the. Oh, it's on there. On the chat room, or just like so everybody else can see that. So
Right.
can I steer it from here too, or?
Yeah, you can steer it. You could hit play, and then you can steer it, but nobody else can. So we're just watching your screen. Pretty neat, though. I mean, imagine wearing a VR like this, and it's just like you're sitting there in the pilot seat. You just kind of, wherever you look, it just tracks and follows you. It's pretty neat.
I can't figure out how to fucking get it back off of that. There. Perfect. Holy cow.
Yeah, assume we won't even have to have sex anymore. We'll just put that VR headset on, and that'll be it.
Bring up the U-porn or whatever.
Right.
Nothing out those.
Oh, yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, well, I might jump off here, gents.
Yeah, me too. I gotta,
You know, a little bit.
well, I gotta take the kids to school before work tomorrow, so that alarm clock.
Damien, you're way late too where you're at. Holy cow.
That alarm clock goes off really early.
I'm not even into 2 hours into my normal program, so hey.
Damien's on the East Coast.
Yeah, look at
Chris.
that. Like, right now I got that, so I don't get to
Perhaps
Jeez.
it's like
Going up on 1 o'clock, 2
yeah,
o'clock.
it's about 2:40 over there now. 1:40, 2:40.
140. Not bad.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Not bad at all.
All right. Well, I'm gonna jump off here, gents.
Yeah, me too. Hey, you guys come over to the Fringe and say hi to me, all right?
Well, I got your. You sure? I'll track you down. I'll
All right, man.
send you that link for the Boys Week. So, thanks for having us on, brother Damien.
Thank
Good show,
you.
brother.
Yes, that was awesome.
I will talk to you soon.
You can expect Chris will be back.
I will be back. I'm locked and loaded.
Awesome.
Awesome. All right. Later, brothers.
See you
Adios.
later. I'm out, guys. Have a good night. And we'll see you probably tomorrow night. Thank you all for coming. And stand up to tyranny, guys. don't let them run over us. Don't let them take away the little bit of freedoms that we have left. And again, thank you for coming and good night.